Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Devontae Colonel, and welcome to another episode of the Inspired Challenge podcast. Today, we are joined by a gentleman that I don't know incredibly well, and we met for a brief moment doing some business together. But we will all soon come to know him extremely well. He's going to be joining us and just sharing with us his story and giving us his testimony about how life for him progressed throughout various situations. And I think that this is going to be a story that is unlike one that we've had in quite a while. Um, I think of maybe Austin when I come to mind here, but let us go ahead and allow the guest to completely begin us himself. We'll let him build up his own credibility here. So, my man, would you please introduce yourself to the audience, sir?
Yep. So, yeah, and thanks, Devontae, for having me on. It's kind of like I'm going to tell you everything, right? It's a cold lead in, and I need to start from the beginning. But so my name's Anthony, and Anthony Vonscooter. I live in Destin, Florida. Right? We met in Orlando
Yes,
at the
sir.
CAI trade show. Occupationally, I do pine straw, something I'm very passionate about. And so we were down there doing a trade show. And so I'm glad that we crossed paths. So anytime there's an opportunity for God to open a door with recovery or my testimony, regardless of pine straw or anything else, that's always amazing. So I'm glad that worked out. But so yeah, I say a lot. We use terms like I'm in recovery, or as I like to say, I'm recovered. But I say that very carefully, right? Because it's an ongoing process. We're never really recovered. Um, and you'll hear in my testimony when I talk about my story, a lot of times there's little comments and just little angles that I speak about that either bolster, a line of thinking that I think is good, or that I believe God's put on my heart as good, or I may say things that kind of shed more light on a line of thinking that is not so good, you know. Um, so that said, when I speak about being recovered and I'm in recovery, and am I really well? Um, it's a complicated question, or a complicated stance because we're always growing and we're always trying to get better. And the enemy, as I put it, whether you look at that as your particular vice, drugs or alcohol or the devil, he's always knocking. He's outside doing push-ups, as we like to say, waiting on our next flip. So, am I recovered in one sense of that phrase? I believe yes. But in another sense of kind of the larger scope of things, I'd say no, right?
Mm.
Because we don't ever really arrive, But as far as my testimony, um, thank you for opening the door to such a lengthy conversation because I've done this a few times and many times in like a in person setting, and it's usually pretty quick. So I've set aside time to, as you encourage, just to really go over in depth my testimony, um, identity, right? I think that's really important when we talk about men's improvement and growth and everything like that. Really understanding identity, and that can go really deep and really far back. but um, but anyway, I so the quick kind of the
Here,
quick
allow me
context.
allow me to if you're wondering like maybe where to start, feel free to
Sure.
even take it back to your childhood. Like give us the setup for what type of home you grew up in, what your experience was growing up, what the culture was around you, moments that were pivotal points that led you through kind of the crux of your story, and then
Yeah.
feel free to develop it from there, unless there was something else you wanted to set up as well.
No, no, that's that all. I'm a very elaborative and detailed, and I think details matter. So yeah, absolutely, that plays a big role in what has happened, and even what is still happening today. But just for the sake of context, um, when I have to give the quick version, I usually put it like this: is one, I'm September 8th will be 8 years of sobriety. And the way I define sobriety is far more than the absence of drugs, alcohol, but in the sense of being abstaining from drugs and alcohol. I've been sober for 8 years on September 20th of this year, so over 7 years, and no weed, no drinking of any kind. So it's not a matter of um, I only drink this or that or smoke this or that. I don't do anything, mainly because I remember how much I loved it. I remember how much it hurt, and I don't fear anymore. I don't wait until I get up into the fringe of drinking or drugging. What I look for now and what I'm cautious of is the path that leads to drinking or drugging. So,
Mm.
in terms of differentiating what drugs are good or acceptable or drinks are okay, I don't do any of that. I stay away from anything like that because I know that it'll grab a hold and lead into something else. But anyway, I usually say that sober. I play a part of my personal ministry, I guess you would say, is one, Jesus first and foremost. Um, he's the reason for everything, character development, that higher goal that we strive for. He's the he's up there at the top as far as what I look to. Anything else just wasn't as appealing, right? And so, but I was a raging alcoholic. Got sober in 2017, and September 8th, 2017 was my last drink. Before that, I was in and out of jails, detoxes, hospitals, um, hospitals, you know, constantly. Rehabs. I've spent 3 years of my life in rehab, broken up between three recovery programs. Um, so, and I always use this analogy or this example, excuse me, Amy Winehouse. She unfortunately passed away from drinking, and when they found her, she had I believe, a blood alcohol content of point 0.4, 0.43, I think.
Wow.
Um, and one of the times they actually measured my blood alcohol content, I was at a point 0.59.
Oh my
And the
goodness.
doctors, um, they came in and said, are you that we're surprised you're conscious for one, but you should be dead or at least have wet brain, seizures, coma. So that usually sums up pretty well, where I was at. I mean, as far as drugs, I did anything. I struggled with cocaine in my early 20s. That was something I didn't think I was going to be able to handle. Um, OD'd a couple times, passing out in traffic, liter a day vodka drinker. So I mean, just right there's just the big blunt, like bam, it was just it tried to kill me. So, but as far as how this developed and how it came to be that I was so addicted, um, we always, I feel like a lot of people, and we can spend a lot of time here too. They want clarity. Like the answer is why. I mean, I can't, or the question's why. I can't tell you how many times I've cried out to God saying, why? Why am I like this? Why do I have a desire to live a better life? Um, and to have some of the things that either one are inspired by you, or two, maybe perhaps inspired by the world and culture we live in. A nice home and a family and all these things. And some of these things do coincide with what God desires for our life. I believe that. But there was a desire there to want all these things. Um, but at the same time, I was acting in a way that was completely contradictory to what I truly wanted in my heart. Which was a life of um, I must have had a really messed up view of what is good, because I wanted what is good. And C.S. Lewis, I don't have the exact quote, but he said something to the effect of, we run around chasing after, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We think that we want too much, and he says the truth is that we don't want enough. So what I wanted really wasn't on a higher plane. It really wasn't on a higher calling, and I didn't really understand that. But the main heart issue is that I did want more. I did want better for my life, but I was caught up in a cycle of this very fleshly desire, to feel good. Um, and so when we talk about childhood, I can see areas where that played a role. Um, I don't camp out there too much as far as feeling like I'm cursed, but I think it did play a role. I grew up in Suwannee County, Florida, right? Very, I would say a rural area, um, farming. Um, definitely not like a big factory town or anything, just a small town on the Suwannee River, and I absolutely love it. Like my heart is still there. I live in Destin. This is home. This is where I've created a life. But I absolutely love home. Spent a lot of times on the river and the springs, and I just love that lifestyle, right? And so anytime I go home, I take the opportunity to float down the what we call the Ishkatutney, spring-fed river. I mean, there's just an innocent fun that you can really take advantage of if you're not too caught up in what is available, and that's not just with Suwannee County or Brantford. That's available anywhere. So um, I've been in many different places that geographically is nice, and I still found myself. I had a place right on the beach, beautiful. It didn't matter. I still had the curtains closed and taking 5-hour shower naps, trying to detox off of my latest binge. So, but anyway, that's where I was brought home. I was born in Gainesville, Florida, big Gator fan. And, you know, there's a dynamic there, right? My dad wasn't around. My mom was 17. She had twins, and dad wasn't around from the start. So um, right off the rip, here comes life. With a 17-year-old who has to raise twins, that's hard. And I give her a lot of credit. I've at times had to wrestle with different emotions or perceptions of my mom, and how she handled life, how she handled us. But being older now, I look back and say, well, look, she did the best she could with what she knew at the time. And the truth is, that she was the 17-year-old girl with no help and twins. So, kudos to her, um, for making it. Some situations, I think you'd get an award just for surviving. I don't think you really, you know what I mean? It was difficult for her. Um, but I think it'd be a little different if you had, one parent's grandparents and family involved, and another parent's grandparents involved, and there was some financial, help and stuff like. We didn't have that. You know what I mean? Um, the job opportunities in Brantford, typically, back when I was born, Brantford didn't have like a lot of corporate retail places or corporate chain restaurants. I mean, I remember getting a Hardee's, in Brantford, and everybody freaked out. It was like a big deal, And so this is back, 20, 30, 30 years ago at this point. Um, so small town, not a whole lot of opportunity, and mom raises me and my twin sister, actually back home, and so. There was growing up, there was a want, and there was also a comparison that kids can do. I looked at other kids that had things and had money, and so I think that's where and a mentality started developing of I don't have enough and I want more, and almost this idea and this daydreaming that God would whisk me away, into a life of prosperity or opportunity, right? I think it created a little bit of I think some manipulation came in there. As a kid, I can remember uh, being around anyone who had more or had better, maybe taking advantage of that situation to make myself um, seem like a really good kid, and maybe they should help me, provide me with an opportunity. I mean, this started young, so right off the rip, you can see where like circumstances at home started to develop the way I acted with the world around me. You know, there was already this idea that I needed to get mine. I didn't word it like that as a kid, but I knew that I did not have and I needed to get. But obviously, as a kid, you're ill equipped. You don't, you know what I'm saying? You're just a kid. So you live life and everything kind of rests on just hopes and dreams. But I'm also thankful for that, because I did have a lot of um, dream, a lot of hope. I think that's what helped me find God a little bit, because my situation did lead me, did create a void, whether that was meant to be there or not. It did create a void. It did create a want. It did create a need. And then later on, I would need to adjust that and really understand better what my need was. That it wasn't more money or better opportunity as a kid or teenager or whatever. It was actually I needed to understand better who God was. That He pulls you through no matter what. Because what I learned when I was older is that no matter what your situation, no matter what opportunity you have, no matter what kind of money you have, nothing that circumstantially seems like it's going to sustain or even just put you up here on the mountaintop. It's never enough. It's never enough. I needed something bigger than the world, and what that was God, and I didn't realize that when I was young. But nonetheless, though, life wasn't horrible by any means. Mom did do good. We had a roof over our head. We had food. We had family. There obviously was that need, I think, and I think what this definitely plays a big role in having to go through life and learn the hard way. You know, what we call the school of hard knocks. I think every young man needs an experienced man, a father figure, role model who learned at a younger age himself from an experienced man and role model on just how to do stuff, how to do things, learning more about how just the world works, right? How things work, you know. And so I didn't have that. So I had to figure that out. There was a lot of things I figured out. Now, when I got older, I did have somebody step in my life, and I'll speak about that in a minute. Um, but school was okay. I can see where I lashed out. You know, at home I was very disrespectful. I was angry. I'm not. I have to say, God's done a big work in my life as far as anger goes. I can get angry at little things that just I feel like I didn't expect for the day. You know, my expectations weren't met, and I can just kind of pop off with frustration. But as a kid, man, I was angry. You know, and I took that out at home. It didn't fit. It wasn't good for business, so to speak, to do it at school. At school, everything was tailored to what's going to benefit me, what's going to make me more popular or fit in, which I didn't get right either. You know what I mean? I look back at my school, and I remember, being in school and having an idea in my head of what was um, popular and acceptable. I had an idea in my head of who I was trying to please. You know, I think all kids have that. Um, and so everything was wrapped up obviously with the kids around me. You know, so there was times where I was the class clown. There was times when I, tried to get involved in sports, and I was for the most part, but I was no college athlete. I genuinely enjoyed sports. And I think that's very beneficial, just having competition and having purpose. Um, but one thing I noticed early on was I never stuck with anything. I never stuck with anything. We talked about that dynamic when I was a kid and that need and that want. But another um, detrimental, I guess, uh, you know, characteristic I had was I had no follow through. I had no patience. I had no long suffering, to really stick things out and understand better that, certain things may take time. They may take years. You know, sports, for example, to really find favor, with your coaches, and just the community of athletes and families around you, and to find favor and to have that opportunity and be able to get in there and work and train and all these things, you've got to put in some time, and I didn't do that. I thought that that surely I was athletic enough to just kind of jump in where I could, and that would just open up the door in one season, for example. It didn't work like that. It was enough though to get involved in some sports and have some of those friendships that come along with that. But then that also I still wanted to play. Um, I When I got older, I mentioned that I took a lot of anger out at the house with my sister and my mom. I was very disrespectful, and it was usually to and doesn't isn't this how it kind of works in adulthood? It was usually with the ones that were closest to me that I could get away with it. You know, mom, my sister, Ashley, they were biologically programmed to love me. I never thought about any of this stuff back then. I just kind of see it now. I can get away with acting like a monster, and it's going to be okay. It's not like they're going to abandon me, right? And so at the house, I acted out a lot. In school, I tried to play the part, chameleon, go out, party. I remember just going insane if I had to be at the house on Friday night. We lived in the middle of the country. If it was a Friday night and I had to be stuck at the house, oh man, I was miserable. I pitched a fit. I could not stand it. Mr. Keith, a father figure I'll talk about in a second. He used to tell me, he's like, "You're always afraid you're going to miss something, right? Always want to be in like 10 different places at once." But then knowing what I know now, looking back, is that I just wanted more. I wanted a fullness of life, that I thought was in different experiences, the financial ability to experience those experiences. I didn't truly understand what I needed, and so I was very and still am very passionate about life. I just reached out and grabbed everything I could, and there wasn't a lot of discernment into whether or not it was going to cause pain or not. I just reached out and grabbed whatever, and it did cause me a lot of pain, caused me a lot of shame. I made a lot of decisions that I regretted. Now I look at it more as part of my story and what's made me have to. It's helped mold the decisions that I make now in terms of really taking a look and being careful what you do and how you walk out life. But anyway, me and my sister we're pretty much joined at the hip. We go through life. It's pretty typical. There's sports, cousins, family. Um, that's about it. Pretty simple. And then trying to navigate, emotions of not having a dad and thinking that I deserve this or I deserve that. Probably some entitlement in there, right? Feeling like the world kind of did me wrong, you know. Um, but anyway, as I got older, uh, when we get into high school, that's when the partying started, and that's all it was at the time. I wouldn't call it a full blown addiction. It was partying, but I always had to push it to the limit. You know, I've had to call I've had to call family to come get me because I could not drive or being sick as a dog, literally passed out on the side of the road. I mean, just would push the limit to the point where it became obvious pretty young. I'd say 15, somewhere in there, where I had many a talking to of, hey, you be careful. They could see it. You're going down a path here, but ultimately, I still would have many days in between without drinking. It's just that when I did drink, I went ham. We talked about really taking like sports seriously and stuff. I remember getting out of football practice and driving up to the local jiffy, where there'd be some older guy up there, and getting him to buy me a quart of beer so I could drink before I'd have to go home. And it wasn't the place for that if I really was to take anything seriously. So anyway, just a little bit of a mess there, and then the drinking um, got a little excessive because of situations where I'd wind up passing out or getting sick or hung over and almost wrecking a couple times, which I don't even know if my family knew about that, but it just drinking during school, coming into school drunk. Um, then decided I was going to smoke pot. I started smoking pot and I quit drinking. And I smoked like, people talk about you can't get addicted to weed. Man, I smoked like a Navajo chief. I was absolutely obsessed with it. I felt like it helped me calm down. I felt like it helped me stop drinking. I still drank. I still party, right? But I felt like it was like an answer. I thought it was a solution. to my problem of just being so overly excessive with other things. So I mean, I would work, I would work, make my money, and buy an house, and come payday, be driving straight to my buddy's house to get another ounce. I'm sure that's not a whole lot, but I didn't share a lot either. I mean, I just smoked a lot, and then 17, 18, somewhere in there, I discovered cocaine. That was that one got me for a little bit. Because again, it was just ultimate. Just I remember saying it all the time. I felt like $1 million. Just ultimate euphoria. But it also came with a really, really bad come down. I could not stand the come down on that stuff, and so that eventually I had to wrestle with not experiencing the good, what I thought was good, if I knew that the come down was going to be this bad. I had to kind of scale it out and realize, like, okay, this isn't worth it. And eventually, I was able to finally be like, okay, I'm not going down that any road again. Until I finally decided that it's going to be drinking. It's going to be drinking for me. I had times, I had seasons with pills. If it was available, I was going to do it. My appendix went out. Um, I think my senior year, my appendix went out. Or I'm sorry, wait. Yeah, that was the first time I had experienced opiates. My appendix went out. Doctor gave me Lortabs, and I abused those real quick. And I remember people knowing. You know, I mentioned before that I had somebody come into my life, and it made me think of it because when I say people mentioned, I remember one of those people was Miss Glenda. I love Miss Glenda to death, and I'll tell you more about them. But Miss Glenda was like a second mom to me, and she was always real good about knowing. Like you're pushing it. And I remember with the Lord tabs, because I was always over at Miss Glenda's house. I had my penis go out, and they gave me Lord tabs, and immediately abused those. And she was one who was like, you know, I know what you're doing. And Miss Glenda was no dummy either. She's been around that atmosphere, so she knew right off the rip. But when I was probably 14, we met at the trade show when I was down there doing a trade show with Pine Straw. And a lot of people don't know, what pine straw even is, other than they just break it up in their yard and put it around their trees. But it's a very big industry. Um, and I'd say that it started really, really in Atlanta, but Atlanta and Swanee County, I would say, take the cake as far as where pine straw started. You know, so by the time I was 13, 14, pine straw was a really big industry. Um, my mom started working in the industry when she was young. When I was young, when I was a kid, she worked for a big time pine straw wholesaler. But eventually, she went to work with Mr. Keith, and Mr. Keith was a pine straw wholesaler as well. And he was married to Miss Glinda, and I went to school with their kids, and so when mom started working for him, he took a liking to me. I remember the first time he asked me if I wanted to go drop some straw off. This wasn't even, pine straw industry wholesale shipping out on 53-foot trailers. Well, his son Brian was going to take just like a 16-foot, um, you know, ball and hitch trailer up to Valdosta or something. And he said, "Do you want to go help Brian and unload the bales?" Well, that was the start. And from that point on, from the time I was probably 14, maybe a little younger, I knew Mr. Keith before that, but that's whenever our relationship really took on a lot of meaning for me. Um, from the time I was probably 14 till our early 20s, we were just tied at the hip. I went everywhere with him, and he taught me a lot. He was really that father figure in my life, that I didn't have. And as far as I was concerned, he was my hero. He was just able to he was just able to, do anything, figure anything out, whoop anybody, in my mind, right? Um, and so he just made a big impression on me, and he taught me so much. Um, and I give him a lot of credit just as far as how capable I am now in terms of just navigating life and situations. There's a lot of situations that I get into, as many do, that I give him a lot of credit for just being able to figure it out. There is no situation that we can't we can't figure it out. And I credit that mentality to him, and him and Miss Glinda just played a big role in my life. In fact, him and Miss Glinda, um, in my mind as a kid, they had money, right? And I talked about when I was younger having that want. So there was the parental aspect of kind of putting them on a pedestal and thinking that Mr. Keith and Miss Glinda did life correctly. They did life right. They fostered a healthy home and a healthy environment, and I wanted to be a part of that, right? So it wasn't just, if I'm being honest, it wasn't just Mr. Keith alone, although it was. I'd say that was the biggest aspect. Mr. Keith and Miss Glennon just really, they were attractive to me, and I really appreciated them paying attention to me and wanting to help me. As a kid, I think as a kid, as a young man, um, or young woman, anybody, especially in the teenage years and coming into their self, I think everyone wants to be the apple of someone's eye, you know, and I think that's why God's important, because he's the ultimate um, example, conceptualization of love. If we're going to be the apple of anybody's eye, if anybody can love us better than anything, it's going to be God, you know. But at that age, that for me was it was Miss Keith and Miss Glenda. They paid attention. They believed in me. That was a big one. They really believed in me. Whatever my personality was, or my character, or whatever. Even aside from my little hiccups, they always seemed like they believed that I would um, get it right. Right. I think that helped. But nonetheless, I ended up burning bridges. My addiction ended up taking over, and what I wanted to feel um, took over. It became priority, and if that was at the cost of pain, if that was at the cost of shame, if that was at the cost of reputation, right? I made decisions that I wasn't proud of. I've been in drunken fits and drunken rages, and I've been kicked out of homes. I was kicked out of Mr. Keith's, and I worked with Mr. Keith for many years. I've went out to Louisiana with him. I've lived in their home. I mean, he's helped me out in a huge way. But ultimately, it got to the point with my drinking that they just couldn't deal with it anymore. My mom certainly couldn't deal with it. My mom, I said, was a single parent. There was nobody there to help her. So when my drinking got to the point where it was out of line, my anger, my temper, um, she certainly wasn't going to deal with it. My mom, I feel like my mom has a lot of anxiety. God bless her, but there was no way. And Mr. Keith and Miss Glenda, they tried, but ultimately it was too stressful to deal with, one, not only my personality, I worked with him in Pine Straw, and I had drinking aside, I had a character that needed to be developed. I needed to understand, as Mr. Keith used to say, when to hold and when to fold and when to walk away, when to run. I didn't understand these things. When I wanted something, there was no, I just poured it on very strong. It was too stressful. It was too much. Mr. Keith was an adult. I remember just pushing him to the point where, he's had to physically sit me down. He's done that more than once. So it was too much. So I had one of my best friends had his dad lived out in Panama City Beach, and we had been out there a time or two for spring break. I absolutely love Panama City Beach. Being from Suwannee County, which is really dirt roads. A lot of, it's dirt road anthem. You know what I mean? But a lot of good people, and it's got a small town charm. It's not just dirt roads, obviously. Plenty of culture, plenty of life there. But I loved Panama City Beach, and when things got too much to deal with, the first option, what seemed like was even with mom, is like, let's help you go to PCB. That probably was not a good idea. At the age of 19, I probably, and this is why I think recovery and awareness is big. At that age, I probably needed somebody to step in and say, like, we need to get you to a recovery program, right? But there was a mentality that if if Anthony, from an outside perspective, if Anthony is provided with enough um, good in his life and enough opportunity, maybe he'll snap out of it. Surely he's not going to want to lose these things. So I think there was still some mentality with the people around me, and my mom included, that if we can help him, that he'll appreciate it enough, or understand what he has, to where he won't want to lose that. And with me, I'm going to tell you right now, and if anyone who knew me back in the heyday, I would strike up the matches and let it burn. You know, burn it down. It didn't matter what I had. I'd pull a good thing down quick, as I have many times. And but we thought it'd be good to go to PCB, so I went out to Panama City Beach. Same thing, abusing alcohol. Obviously, Panama City Beach, you've got Spinnakers, you've got La Vila, you got all the little hole in the walls. I was in good with a local friend here. Another one of my best friends was out there that I grew up with, Josh. Really, still a best friend today, and completely understanding of where I am today as far as getting sober. Um, but we did. We came out here, and all I did was live paycheck to paycheck. Coming into work hung over. We, you know, Panama City Beach, and we're 19, 20. So obviously, whatever we could do, we did do. And I'd be lying if I didn't say those were some great memories. Um, but knowing what I know now, I wish I would have took a different route. I mentioned before how I had an idea. I had a messed up idea of what was cool, what was popular, and in my mind, I thought that to really take advantage of life, even when I mentioned high school, to really take advantage of life was to just break the rules and have fun. My definition of fun. And I remember there were other kids that I was around when I was younger that did not take advantage of every opportunity they could to, engage in, sexual activity, and they didn't take advantage of every opportunity they could to drink or drug or skip school, Um, and I remember looking at them and thinking that they're kind of missing out, you know. But a lot of them though, I've kept up with some of them over the years, and I see some of them today, and they have very well established lives. And I say established because it took time to establish the lives they have today. Took time to establish, and that's why my son. I married Jackie with Brady and Ava and Peyton. Brady's about 15, and Peyton Brady's a little more rambunctious, right? He's a little more loud, and I see certain characteristics, and I want nothing more than to talk to him any chance I can get about taking it slow and not getting involved in situations that seem like they're fun and they seem like you're never going to get that opportunity again. And it's a strange thing because it's it's not like I regret those moments. Some of the moments I had when I was young were fun, but it's only something in hindsight I can realize now were not beneficial. Paul talks about it. I don't know the address. I know how to get there, but it's in the Bible, I promise. But he basically says, I have the right to do anything, but not everything is beneficial. And so there's many times where in my past in late teens, early 20s, where I've had some experiences that were fun, um, but they weren't really beneficial. And when I talk about these other kids who didn't take advantage to engage in everything that was, um, against the law or breaking rules, what I realize now as I see them as in their late 30s and with kids and all these things is like a lot of them have well established lives. You can tell they have lives that were beginning to be established when they were a teenager. When they were finishing up their requirements for high school, and they went on even while they were in high school to get their credits in college for their AA degree, for example. These are things that I just didn't think about. Like that was not on my radar at all. And so when I talk to Brady, um, it's I take advantage of every opportunity I can to either bolster a line of thinking or debunk a line of thinking, depending on where he's at. You know, And and then I just have a lot of admiration. I see kids today that they graduate and they've already got their AA degree, and they're not caught up in every you know um, they're just good kids, right? For lack of a better term, they're just good kids. And uh, I don't believe that I was a bad kid um, in here. There was pain in there, and it was manifested in an unhealthy way. And so I have a heart for kids that are just lashing out and they're grabbing everything they can because they just want to experience life. They just want to experience more. But what I understand as an adult now, or more so, just someone who's experienced God a little bit, is that I didn't want anything that I was chasing. I didn't want anything I was grabbing. What I needed was God. I needed an eternal hope. I needed a bigger vision of what it all really meant, you know, and where my future was headed. That's what I really needed. But PCB um, came out here, party, still lonely. I remember I ended up meeting a girl, and I'll touch on this because it's part of the bigger story. But it also helped me better appreciate and better understand how valuable people are, you know, um, and that they're important. Relationships are crucial and they're important. So this all kind of helped me understand better, like really how to treat someone. And I think it's played a major role in my marriage today. Um, just going through these situations in life. But I met someone out here. Um, we, dated, and eventually, we, as far as we were concerned, would have gotten married. The problem was is that I was an alcoholic. I was sneaking around with it. I had I'd have alcohol in my book bag. I had alcohol in my backpack, my travel pack. Um, but I can remember, coming close, getting close to an area with her where we had like an apartment, and we had a little dog, and we had the Christmas tree up. And so I can remember just living, like paycheck to paycheck, and just blowing all my money on stupid stuff, and then like meeting her, and then starting to develop this sense of like I want a better life, and trying to play two roles. One, trying to create a life with her, and two, just being solely focused on still alcohol, you know. And so we were together for, I don't know, three. I mean, I don't even remember now because it's been uh, years. I mean, 10, 11, 12 years ago or something. But I can remember being very attracted to um, the idea of having like a legitimate, safe life with her, like being married, having a family, having a home, and all these things, and still over on the other side, just absolutely watching it crash and burn. So one situation, and there's plenty. Um, we decide to move in together, you know, and we get this little apartment right across the street. I got into the restaurant industry. That's unheard of for me being from Suwannee County, right? I didn't When I lived in Suwannee County, like, not that I'm knocking, but as far as like working in a Crystal Burgers or anything, I wasn't doing that. I absolutely loved working for Mr. Keith. Mr. Keith had a pine straw business. That really goes into that mentality. Am I able to abandon this false identity, this whole idea of like me, more cowboy than you? You know what I'm saying? Can I abandon that kind of stuff so that I can just experience life? So, that's important to touch on too. That area back home, everybody tries to play the part, and I should be very careful. I don't mean that with back home. I mean that with anywhere. Um, yeah, let me just really backtrack that because I've got some very, very good friends and family back home that I love dearly. So I don't mean back home. What I mean is that I found myself, not anybody else, very easily influenced and caught up in certain cultures. And so being in Swanee County and being able to, work with Mr. Keith, we did some roping. He had horses. You know what I'm saying? I could have easily and did fall into that. This is how I am. This is who I am. You know, I wear jeans. I get dirty. I don't work in. You know, I'm not a cashier at a McDonald's. I work in the field. You know what I mean? I work hard. Nothing wrong with that. But the fact that I was conscious of that, the fact that I was so conscious of, if I would have had to go work in a McDonald's as a cashier, that would have affected me. That would have offended me. That would have made me upset. That mentality that I had, that's a problem. That's a problem. That I was unwilling to do what I needed to do if the case came up because of something as simple as just an identity conflict or a culture, trying to play the part. So that's a problem for me, not anybody else, and certainly not exclusive to the small town I grew up in. But when I got out to Panama City Beach, life got a little harder, and I needed to work. So I was now in an environment where nobody cared that I grew up in the country and, roped a little bit or worked hard, got dirty. Nobody cared. Everybody was out there doing life. So I got into the restaurant industry, and I served started serving tables. I mean, one situation, I needed a job. I went to the Sonic Burger and I told the manager, "Hey, you can hire me and fire three. Like I need work. I'll clean toilets. I'll do whatever you need me to do." And I got a job like that. So when I hear oftentimes like, "Well, I can't get a job." I'm like, no, you can get a job because I'm telling you, I've had being an alcoholic. The interesting thing about being an alcoholic like I was is I've had a ton of jobs because I've lost a lot of jobs and I've had to get a lot of jobs. So I mean, I've been in chicken houses and bucket trucks and on the back of garbage trucks and working in the restaurant industry and fast food and serving call centers. I could go on. The list goes on, and that's mainly a direct result because I never stayed planted in a company long enough to move up. I just simply used them for a paycheck, and then would get fired or move on. Right? So it it didn't benefit me in terms of like, hey, now I'm a manager, um, but it did give me a lot of experience. And I got to meet a lot of people. But so in when I'm around 22, 21, I got my first DUI. Right, I was leaving La Villa. There was somebody's birthday. One of my good friends, it was their birthday, and we had a party at La Villa. I got my first DUI, and I'm on probation, and around this time, I meet Hannah. I'll mention Hannah, and we're dating, and I get my second DUI. My second DUI, I was actually working for the city, um, and I was drinking and took a Roxy. I didn't really have any preference as far as drugs. It was like if it makes you feel good, I'm like, yeah. So I had this little connection where I got in this little habit of buying these Roxys from this guy, and I don't really remember what happened. I know one minute I was driving, and then I was just passed out at a stop sign, and I just hear this knock on the window, and I kind of come to, and there it is. There's my second DUI. So the second I sit in jail for a few days. It was a violation of probation. With a violation of probation, you don't get bonded out. So I sat in jail, and at the court hearing, um, my mom, Anna, her mom, they all came to the court hearing, and I had wrote the judge a letter, and basically I wanted to get back on probation. And I had sent that letter to the judge, and him and her mom are up there, and they're all crying because here's the thing about my um, really a manipulation. They they knew the good. There was a part of my personality that people still liked. So they cried. They cried up there in front of the judge. They wanted me to get. They didn't want me to go to jail. You know, and the judge um, he addressed me, and I had mentioned getting back on probation, and he laughed. He's like, "You mean to tell me you've got one DUI, and now you violate that probation with a second DUI, and you want to get back on probation?" He's like, "No." You know. So what I learned later is that he talked to my mom outside. I'm still relatively young at this time, 21, 22, something like that. And he told him, he's like, "This is the best thing that can happen for him. He's got to go to jail." And so I did. I went to leave. They took us out. And he had one of the bailiffs or jailers, whatever, stop us and actually let my mom come give me a hug. This was a big deal for me. I've been arrested, but I've not literally been sentenced like 2 time in jail. So for me at that age, that was a big deal. When I got older, it didn't matter no more. I'd been arrested so many times before I'd gotten sober this last time that I'd go into jail and wouldn't even call anybody because I knew no one would help. Because I've already been, you know what I'm saying? It's just whatever. But so I went to jail for like 69 days. It was supposed to be like 90, but it was 69. As far as I was concerned, it was 6 months. It was miserable, but again, I always have a way of just connecting pretty well with people, and so I made the best of it and still experienced the lows of just not having the freedom to and constantly. And this is how a life of addiction can be too. It's your own prison. But I think it's just really enhanced when you're in jail. Um, but those moments when you're in addiction, and especially when you're in jail, when God like really hits you upside the head, you really think about the life you could have, not the life that you like want or desire. I mean, the life that you know and are confident you could have had you made different decisions. It's one thing to have ambition and hope and all these things, and these are good things. But it's another thing to know confidently, to know for just a fact almost, that there is a life that exists if different choices are made. So being in jail or being in addiction like I was, those kinds of thoughts, that kind of regret, that kind of shame, hitting you upside the head and saying, "Hey, this is life knocking. This is God knocking," and I'm telling you, or it could be shame knocking too. That's the other thing we have to discern when it's the enemy, when it's God. Um, but sometimes it would just hit you upside the head where it's like, "Hey, there's a life there that you want, and it's not actually that far out of reach. You actually could have it if you wouldn't have made these decisions." So that's that past. And being in jail and being addiction often brings that up. But there's also the hope side where it also comes in and says, well, you actually can have it if you make these decisions and you start living differently. So obviously being in jail that time that came in. I've been arrested at that point probably 3 or 4 times, this being the second DUI, and now I'm in jail for 69 days. So at that point I said, okay, I want to live different. But I didn't have a lot of development in terms of like recovery, or even some depth as far as like God. It was more like read your Bible, you pray, you go to church. There wasn't a lot of I hadn't yet connected God with all the many different aspects of just good character and qualities and attributes that we need to live by. But I knew that when I got out of jail, I wanted to be sober. I knew that. I thought I could do that on my own. I thought that the hard hit of jail and seeing someone I cared about cry, um, losing whatever progress I'd made up to that point. I I thought at the time surely that was enough. I didn't understand that it wasn't that I like got off track a little bit. I didn't understand that there was something in me. There was something that I needed to address, some deep seat. And I think that the way we articulated or the way we've kind of shed a light in this podcast, like on my childhood, that I'm able to do that now because I've taken a better look at how some of those things have affected me. You know. Um, but anyway, I got out. I got out of jail. Hannah and her mom, they were all there to pick me up, and life goes on. We're good now. Things are going to be okay. I'm going to be sober, right? Um,
Before you continue in this part,
sure.
I need to take a few minutes, hit the
Yep.
restroom really quickly, and
Yep.
then I'll be right back.
Let's do it.
For those of y'all in the audience, feel free to also as well, and we'll be right back ASAP.
I'll do the same.
Hello, folks. So I'm back here. Man, looking at our man Anthony, I was like, I feel it as a cinematic piece in here, being able to hear him in real time as he's talking about these experiences and the ability to look back on it now versus what it was in the past. And man, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't distracted by any feeling of needing the bathroom. So, man, but I tell y'all, I am back here right now. I got snacks. I got some cherries in here. I am ready to lock in with our man and continue this right here because so far we've covered, him as a child and kind of that dynamic of like having a desire. And I like the way he phrased it. He phrased it as he knew that he wanted the most out of life. And he identified that in some way there was a sense of entitlement there. And growing up, there was a figure, a type of a father figure that entered into his life at a certain point, but due to certain behavioral aspects, even that in some way fell to the wayside a bit. And he thought that at a certain point, between seeing all kinds of tears going with family members and people wanting better for him, he figured like, or maybe everyone figured that, okay, this is going to be where it changes. And eventually he ended up actually getting put into jail. And that was something that seemed to be, someone said that that was something that he needed. And so now, coming back into this, we're going to be looking at post jail, Anthony's first time coming out of jail, what exactly he's doing going forward. So, Anthony, my man, thank you so much for everything that you've given us so far. And I know that I myself, and I'm sure that onlookers are ready to hear what happened next, brother.
So, so yeah, I second DUI. Um, the woman that I was with, Hannah, stuck by me through that. I get out, and now there's this, this hope that I've had enough. Um, that surely understanding what the opportunity is in front of me to have a better life and to even keep in my life the people that I loved and all these things that surely I would get right, you know. And so it went well for a little while, but there was still me. Everywhere I go, there goes me, and I hadn't experienced any real change other than just some circumstantial downfalls. You know, um, so I would go down the road again. As far as God, because this is ultimately when He enters my life. That is ultimately what is gonna change my life. Um, I grew up in the church. I had an understanding of God. I was very curious about God. I had spent a lot of time in the Bible. I had witnessed a lot of people who um, experienced God and the benefits of that. But I think I also still viewed God as a way to a better life here, now. And I do believe that God loves us, and I do believe that He wants us to have a better life. I don't believe that we're all meant to be the 1% of martyrs, as I've heard said. Um, but I also, the Bible says that he who loves his life loses it. I wasn't willing yet to sacrifice my will and what I wanted out of life um, to, in turn, as the scripture says, gain my life. So I was still dealing with that. So I still wanted to live life on my terms, and on my terms it was a fairly simple life. I wanted a family and to be married to that meaningful relationship, to have that blossom into something more, die an old man and look back and say I lived a good life and all these things. Really, that wasn't enough. I needed God. I needed God to be the priority of my life. Everything else that would occur from that would just simply be a byproduct, and I didn't understand that yet. So I still wrapped up, you know, everything that I wanted in life in just very simple terms. Um, the relationship I had with Hannah, and being able to um, create an atmosphere of living, so to speak, that had the nice home and the nice restaurants and doing simple things on the weekends, whether that was taking a trip or, going and shopping the flea markets, simple things like that that would suggest that my life is actually okay. I'm not really a wreck. And what I was is I was a wreck. And I continue to put myself in a dark situation. And so um, I'm with Hannah. I'm out of jail, and we get a little apartment. We have a little apartment. We have a little dog, and I kept drinking, and I kept hiding. I kept keeping it a secret. And there were times where we would go out, and she didn't understand recovery, at least not on the level that those who really participate in recovery as a vocation or even an occupation do. Um, so I don't think she was very well equipped to deal with that, other than simply, I need to get out of this. I believe that she really loved me. I don't have no doubt about that. But what I also believe is she had to protect her sanity, and her well being. And she was not going to live a life where someone was just ruining it, you know? And so I remember one morning I got up, and we were going to go on a cruise. We were going to go on a cruise, and the only thing I needed to do that day was go by, I think, the health department and get my birth certificate so that I could get my passport. And so I had a couple of errands to run that day. And she went off to work, and then I went about my day. I had some liquor in my travel pack, my backpack. And for whatever reason, like a bug to the light, I decided to go into the strip club. Right, so that shed some light there too. There's a want there. There's a desire there. There's a lust there. These are all things that I'd have to deal with later, to categorize everything, not just as drugs and alcohol, but anything that is not beneficial or pleasing to the Lord. We would say that. And but I went into the strip club. Um, I sat down at the bar. Numero uno. The main concern obviously was drinking. So, and I still to this day, and I'm not just saying this, I believe something was put in my drink. Um, but 1 hour turned into like 6, and before I knew it, I almost was just, I mean, barely responsive, barely able to walk. And at some point, I decided I needed to leave, and I left. And I literally was walking down, 98 in circles. I mean, I felt like I was drugged. Even to this day, I felt like I was drugged, because I don't remember even drinking that much. I wasn't just hammering back shots, you know. So I found that a little odd, but I was just out of my mind. And I remember Hannah's mom, she called me, and I got in my head that she was trying to get involved in areas she shouldn't be involved in. And I was screaming at her, just ungodly stuff, just screaming at her, screaming at Hannah. And when I made it back to my apartment, the cops were there, and they arrested me for cyber, not cyber stalking, but basically basically verbal abuse over a phone. I mean, that's how bad, that's how ugly and nasty I was acting, right? And I got arrested and I got took to jail again. And that time I did get released on my own recognizance and I got out and I came back to the apartment. Hannah's stuff was gone. And immediately that just overwhelming, dark feeling of loss just set in immediately. It's a horrible feeling, almost like coming down, really. And so what did I do? Well, I needed to drink. So I at that point drinking had become about survival. It was no longer about partying. It was isolated and it was about survival. I had to drink in order to even function, you know. And so I did. First thing I did was I got some alcohol and drink, and then immediately got on the phone, started trying to smooth things over, and by this point the drinking was just out of control. But I got a hold of Hannah, I got a hold of her mom, smooth things over. You know, I'll never drink again, yada yada yada. Well, I ended up because Hannah had moved out. I ended up moving in with Hannah and her mom, and they still had a cruise to go on. So they went on a cruise. I was home for 2, 3, 4 days, whatever it was, by myself. Only one thing I needed to not do: don't drink, right? And I almost feel bad about talking about this just because I'm married now and I love my wife dearly. So when I say these things, I mean it in retrospect and where I was at the time. And at the time was is that Hannah was very important to me. Was very important to me. Um, but so was my alcohol, and I drank. And they came home and found me drinking, and that was just like, you know, not okay. And so there was this attitude of like, basically, we're done. It was very on edge. And knowing what I know now, being older, I realized that she was done. She just could not do it. I remember one morning she was getting ready, and she had just sat down, and she didn't know I was paying attention or whatever. She was just crying, you know, because of just how crazy life was with me. She was just crying, and that was why. And I remember thinking like, man, like what are you doing? Um, and there was some kind of argument about something where Hannah must have felt that I was somewhat in the right or something, and I was sitting in the recliner and she came home and she sat in my lap and she said, "I'm sorry." But because I was so upset and so stubborn, right? I said something to the effect of like, I'm good, or I don't care. I just shrugged it off, you know. And that's when she got up and she looked at me and she said, "I am done. I'm done." That was it. Game over. That was it. That was the last time we had done been through a breakup and got back together and all this stuff. But after that, that was it. She was done. And I had to leave. And I didn't have anywhere to go. So I was working like two or three jobs at restaurants. Um, there was a little bit of fear there. Fear that shows you how unhealthy our relationship was on my part. But we suspected right before that happened that she might be pregnant, right? And so I immediately got like another job. I was working at Hooked at the pier. I was working at Tootsie's, and I think I might have been working at Back Porch. I don't know, but I just immediately went out. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna bust my tail. I'm gonna make sure everything's good. And I had like two or three jobs. Um, but that argument we got into, I had to leave. So I literally slept outside. I was drunk out of my mind because I didn't know how to deal with life or this kind of conflict or this kind of upending situation without drinking. And so I was drunk out of my mind. Ended up sleeping outside. Woke up first thing in the morning, went and got more liquor. It was a mess. And then trying to work jobs, and I'm in the restaurant industry. We're working and staying up till like 4 a.m. and I'm couch surfing and sleeping outside and using the bathroom at the pier to wash my face and wake up and put my same shirt on I've had on for 3 days to go to work. I mean, it was just ridiculous. That period in my life was a very dark time. It was a very dark time. I made cash from serving, and every night I spent it drinking. Every morning I spent it drinking. I did not go more than 3, 4 hours without making sure that I was drinking. But it was a very dark time, not only because of the drinking, but because of the heartache. It's one thing to lose somebody. It's another thing to lose somebody and know that it's 100% your fault. It's very, 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 very tough, and it affected me. You know, um, I found a I needed a place. I found a hotel room down on Front Beach Road that was practically, um, I don't even know how inspection or the county didn't shut them down. Practically dilapidated. The floor had like pieces of carpet, like cut pieces of the carpet all over the floor. It was just a single room with a little TV, and it was haggard, man. The neighbors were rough. I mean, I was in a dark spot. I mean, I remember waking up one night and seeing rats, a rat over in the corner of the room. I mean, that's how. But I was just all I did was just blind myself with alcohol. I didn't care about anything. The only thing I needed to do was eat, sleep, drink. The only thing I was eating was like gas station boiled peanuts, and one of them like Campbell's tomato soup little drinkable deals. I mean, that's all I was doing. And I'd go work, spend the majority of my day working at this point. And I worked at Hofbrau, was another one of the restaurants. And when I got out, I got drunk and I went to sleep and I did it all over again. And so things started to get really bad. For example, like when I was at Hofbrau, right before I got that hotel room, I didn't have anywhere to sleep. And they had an attic. They had an attic where when you would walk to the back of the restaurant before you went out the exit door, they had an attic you could pull down and you could go up into the attic. And I didn't have anywhere to sleep. And so I'd get off work. I remember it'd be like, I don't know, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And I'd have to be back at like 11 or something. And there was probably 3, 4 nights where I went up into the attic, and I would sleep up there, and they would go home like it's all good, and I'd sleep in the attic, and I couldn't even come down to use the bathroom because I was afraid that the alarm system was going to go off, and so I was like peeing in cups in the attic because I was too afraid to come down and use the bathroom. I mean, just insanity, right? I mean, literally at my wits' end, like I'm done. I need recovery. And even still, in all of that, that was not even an option. And there was no option of like, well, I need to start going to church because I was still under the mindset that what needed to change like right now. I couldn't deal with the life I was living and then slowly transition into like a church visit on Sunday. Not to say that wouldn't work, and that's what absolutely what I should have done. Anything that is aimed at a better life, I should have done. But what I needed was an abrupt change. And unfortunately, the only thing that was going to allow for an abrupt change in my life was a very hard fall. You know, that was the only thing that was going to work. And anyway, so it was just very, very dark. I get that room, just, you know, dark place. I called Mr. Keith up one night and I said, Mr. Keith, like, I need to come home, man. like I'm dying out here, you know. And so he did. He let me come home, and I came home. I I went home, and I continued to drink. Uh, I remember Mr. Keith telling me when I came home, he's like, just don't, just try to keep it chill on the drinking. And I think he was more aimed at like, don't smoke because it's illegal. But I even told him, I was like, Mr. Keith, just let me drink. I'll live on the farm here. Just let me drink. So I stayed on the farm. I took care. Mr. Keith had like four, three, probably 150-yard chicken houses, like thousands of chickens, in these chicken houses. And so I went home. I took care of the chickens. I did pine straw, finding land, working with some crews and stuff. And that's what I did. And I did the same thing. I burnt the bridge down. I burnt the bridge down. And my mom got involved. Um, she came and got me. I stayed with her, and I couldn't figure out what I could do to stop drinking. And we entertained the idea of smoking pot. Just smoke pot, and I pushed that idea, not her, but I was like, well, I could try smoking. So she was involved then with my smoking. I had a diller, set up, and I smoked, and again, it was the same thing. I smoked like a Navajo chief. I went to work. I went to work with her, and we just being transparent. We smoked, but I smoked not 3 times a day. We'd all smoke. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, or at the end of the day. I didn't. I smoked in between that. I smoked probably 6 times a day. And then I'd go home and I'd shower. But mom's out in like the middle of the woods, so I'm out in the middle of the woods, like clearing land, just trying to stay busy. And then I would smoke until I was about ready to pass out. And then I'd go to bed and I'd do it all over again. I was miserable. I had no purpose. I had no direction. The only thing I was trying to do was empty the house. I wasn't doing anything to fill the house, right? The Bible talks about that too, you know. And so I wasn't replacing the absence of alcohol and drugs with anything. Um, I was just simply trying to stay sane and not just be an absolute wreck. And ultimately, I started drinking again. And I went into town and I got some alcohol and I went and sat down on the riverbank and I drank myself drunk to the point where mom and my grandmother had to come looking for me. I mean, it was like the gig's up. She couldn't do it. She kicked me out. So I went down the street. I stayed at a buddy's house. I I drank at his place one night. I woke up in the middle of the woods with a four-wheeler that was dead. This front tooth right here was knocked out, and I just woke up at like I don't even know what time it is. It's just night, and I'm just like what's going on? I walk out of the woods. I realize what road I'm on, so I go down to my buddy's house. I have him come down, like pull the four wheeler out of the woods, and then I was like, I'm dying. I mean, this is when I'm like starting to contemplate like suicide, you know. And so mom, she sends me out to Panama City Beach again. That was kind of the go-to. Like, let's go to Panama City Beach. I get out to Panama City Beach. I get a little hotel room, and I got to try to find a job. I mentioned the jobs I did, so I start doing AC work. I start one of the guys that lived in we. It's this old hotel in Panama City Beach called Fontaine Blue. It was like built back in like the 50s or 60s or something. So they do these long-term rentals, and I get a long-term rental there. One of the neighbors has some AC work, so I start working with him and start fitting in like duct work and stuff like that. Out in this really nice neighborhood, Rosemary Beach, and then we're taking beer with us to the job. We're smoking on lunch. He's on heroin. you know. And there was something there, and that's interesting. That's an interesting thing to touch on too. This explains a lot. And this is a big reason I think when cops would throw me in jail, they didn't really understand how bad an alcoholic I was. I still looked young, and I think they thought that when I'd get my DUIs or whatever, they would always think that it was like that he's just a weekend warrior. And the same line of thinking they had, my neighbor had. I was a raging alcoholic, and he would drink with me, and he would drink with me on the job. But if I ever came to his room when they were doing like heroin, he would kind of take this approach like, "You don't need this, man." You know what I mean? So there was still like I think God still had some like favor, like this kind of protection over my life. Even though I was a raging alcoholic, there was still a whole no, the bottom had the basement, as they say. There was another level that I could have got into that I assure you with the alcohol I did. But there were some aspects that God protected me from, even when um, I'll say evil wanted to maybe get its hands on me. There were some times where the goodness of God would come in, and like for the example with my neighbor, even though he was participating in something like heroin, even with me, he wouldn't just be like, "Yeah, come on in." He'd say, um, this ain't, we're busy right now, and so I did that, but I ended up drinking myself to a stupor. I lived on the beach, had every opportunity to just kind of move forward from there, and I did. And I drank every bit of my money away. I was went to the hospital a few times. Um, I didn't get sick anymore. I would have like detoxes where I'd stop drinking, or my blood alcohol level would get so high that the only thing I needed to do was to just get in the shower. It helped regulate my temperature and stuff like that. And that was the first time I went to the mission. I finally, because when me and Hannah, when they had kicked me out, they had actually entertained the idea of taking me to the mission. And so that's when I knew what the mission was. But I said no. I said absolutely not. Like we drove by there and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So there was a seed planted there of the Panama City Rescue Mission, and they had a recovery program. And fast forward when I had just drank myself to death, I called them. I'm about I'm almost 190 now. Then at the time I was like 140, I was like 145. I was light. And I was always naturally small. But then I was so deprived, nutrient wise. And I called them, said I need help, and they said, "Well, come on." And so I didn't have no money to get there, no vehicle. I'm detoxing like crazy, and I stopped the trolley. The trolley's coming, and she stopped, and all it is like $1. And I'm like, I don't have any money. I've got to get downtown. She said, "Well, come on." I told her I'm trying to go to recovery, and I went to the recovery program. And at this point, me and Hannah at this point been separated for years. At this point, I believe so, years. Um, so that part's gone. I've already adapted to this. Life sucks. It's hard. Kind of this pessimistic cynicism. That kept me in my like, oh, I'm just give me a bottle. And but it was painful, and I decided to get help. And I went down there and I talked to one of the case managers, and they brought me on. They brought me into the program. I go through the program. I learned a good bit. Um, and when I went to graduate the program, I had the opportunity to stay on. This is where we're starting to get into recovery and stuff. I had the opportunity to stay on as a case manager, but I still had in my head a vision of my life, and what it looked like wasn't necessarily being a case manager, you know. And so I decided not to do that, and I took a job with a call center, General Dynamics. And the reason that job was so attractive is because 2 or 3 years before that, in the middle of me being out in Panama City Beach and I'm working these weird jobs, I did another job where I was pouring asphalt on parking lots. And we were doing that parking lot at General Dynamics, and I was burning up, I was detoxing. I mean, I was miserable, and I had to go do that job because I didn't have no money for alcohol. And I'm practically dying. And I went inside there to use the restroom, and I remember being hit by this wave of AC. And I remember walking in, and it was like this 2, 3 story high deal, had cubicles everywhere. And so this idea of this kind of like corporate like atmosphere, office atmosphere, it really intrigued me, and I was like, I remember thinking like, man, that'd be really nice to work in that kind of atmosphere. I really liked that atmosphere. The button ups and the slacks and all these things. I liked that. I could envision myself doing that. But I went to the bathroom, went to work, and when I graduated that program the first time I had the opportunity to do that, I took it. I wanted that, and I loved it. I thought it was the greatest job. The pay wasn't that great, but it was so awesome. You showed up and you had a break room, and you had a supervisor, you had a team of people and all these things, and I just really latched on to this kind of identity, if you will. I wore slacks every day. I wore a button up. I tried to look the part, and I did. Eventually, I was able to. I got promoted. I was a supervisor, and so I loved that job. But what started happening? I drank myself to death, and I'm working that job. I'm out of the program. I got my own little apartment, and again, this isn't an apartment. This is just a long-term hotel room, but it worked perfectly for me. I'm single. I'm working there. I'm making reasonable money and fishing every night. I end up saving my money. I get a vehicle, and I've got a good buddy out of town that sells pot. So I started out when I relapsed after that program, and I did. I started out drinking like a tall boy a night, and that turned into two. And I'm talking like still reserve. So it's just nasty 8 point whatever alcohol level. I mean, just nasty booze. I started out with that, and I just fished every night. I went to work. I worked hard. I was good at my job, and I fished. And but it slowly turned. The beer turned into liquor, and next thing you know, I remember I started drinking again in the morning. And so I started drinking liquor all day, every day, until the moment came when I eventually just laid out of work. I just didn't show up to work. And I remember I had some crab trap out at the end of this little dock, and I pulled them up, and I had like 3 dozen blue crab, and I cleaned them and I put them in a cooler, and I called my pot man. I said, "Hey man, I got 3 dozen crab. Let me get something for that." And he said, "Yeah, bring them out here. I'll hook you up." I drive out there drunk as all get out, and I remember him telling me to be careful. I didn't listen. I don't even know where the pot was because I didn't find it later. But I drove back home, and about a mile from my place, my tire blew out, and I decided to ride home on it anyway. And so I'm riding on this blown out tire through a school zone, and I'm like 3/4 of a mile from the house. Cop pulls me over. Pulls me over. What's going on? I said, I don't know. Have you seen your tire? I'm like, I don't know. Well, she says, "Well, come look at it." I get out of the car, and just me walking around to look at the tire, they knew I was drunk. I got arrested, third DUI, you know. And I'm just like, oh my goodness. And by this time, I'm probably 25, 26. I mean, I don't even remember at this point, but this DUI number three. And I was in front of a judge named Campbell, I believe. And I'm in Bay County, so I'm in Panama City Beach, Florida. And I went in front of the judge. When you go through this process, you go to first appearance, and sometimes they'll have an attorney in there, and the attorney will say, "Hey, look, here's an offer. 1 year probation, time served, this kind of fine, blah blah blah. It's been 5 years since you had your last DUI, so let's." The deal is they have to get the judge to agree to that. So the first appearance will usually be like, "Judge, we have this offer on the table. You're good with it. I'll have him sign it. He can go home and start his sentence." I mean, 90% of the time, the judge is going to agree with that. And I went in front of first appearance, and attorney met with her. She had uh, she had the deal laid out. Judge Campbell said no. Said I won't sign that. He said, "Mr. Vonscooter," he said, "I think you're a menace." He said, "I won't sign that." Said, "I think you're a menace." And I just, this is the stage in my life where I'm like, you're done, man. And this is where I'm contemplating suicide. Like, there's just not a way out of this, man. I'm done. And so he, I get out of there and I go back to the Panama City Rescue Mission. Nothing's going to help my case more. Nothing's going. I need help. I need recovery. So I go back to the Panama City Rescue Mission. I stay in there for a year, and I kicked that. I paid a lawyer. No, no, I'm getting my days mixed up. Yes, I paid a lawyer because in the middle of the General Dynamics situation, after the General Dynamics job, I took a job with Walmart as an assistant supervisor, and this was like right after that DUI. I got that third DUI, and rather than dealing with that DUI, I get on the phone and I land a job with Walmart as an assistant manager in Iowa, Fort Dodge, Iowa. So I go to Fort Dodge, Iowa, or I'm starting to get a little mixed up, but basically, I have a tour, if you will, with Walmart as an assistant manager, and I used some of the money that I had from that situation to pay a lawyer for that third DUI. You know, and I'm gonna plug in my phone too. Um, well, that's Charlie. Um, Real quick, I'm gonna try to unplug this sound bite, and you tell me if it's dramatically different because I'm gonna plug in my phone. Let's see if that'll work. Uh, okay, can you hear me still pretty good? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna plug in this, get a charge going there. So how's that? Is that okay? So anyway, I get this third DUI, and I pay a lawyer, and in the middle of that, to kind of help my case, I go into the Panama City Rescue Mission Recovery Program for a second time, and I go through a year in that program while we kick that case down the road. We kick the can down the road a little bit, and eventually, I graduate the program. I go in front of the judge who called me a menace, and he says, "Mr. Van Scooter, you only have to pay $500 for your third DUI. Proud of you, right? I've got my yeah, I've got my license reinstated. I mean, just like, wow, getting my life back, man." And so this time, as a being in the recovery program, the first mistake I made the last time was I didn't stay to give back. You know, so this time I thought, well, okay, I know what I need to do now. I need to stay in the recovery program. So I stay in the recovery program. I work as a case manager, um, but I start getting involved with females, which is not a bad thing. But for me, the way I was handling it, the way I was being sneaky, that was bad. I dated I dated a girl from the women's recovery program, which in all honesty I probably shouldn't have done. And then we had another thing called Celebrate Recovery, where there was this girl in there. And look, this is God's child, but man, that was not a good situation for me, and I'll tell you why. But this girl in Celebrate Recovery was attractive. I mean, and she gave me the look, and it was like very obvious, and things progressed very quickly, right? And so I'm being an absolute hypocrite. I'm not understanding. I'm not placing a lot of value in like the sanctity of just marriage and just the value of a relationship and developing a relationship. I'm not accepting that. Let's put it that way. I understand it, just not accepting it. And so we ultimately plan on like having a sleepover, straight up. And I remember telling her as if she can keep me from drinking. I remember telling her like, "Don't let me drink." And I go over to her house, and we're over there, and she said something like, "If you want to drink one beer, you can do that." You know, and I was like, "Man, it was the strangest thing." It was like immediately there was. It was just like I said it earlier, like a bug to the light. I knew that I should not drink, but man, I couldn't. It was crazy. I was in my head very very bad. I did not call anybody. Right? We drove to the store. We got a 4 pack of Steel Reserves, and I drank. And when I drank, it was like I was immediately back to the same addicted behavior. We The next morning, um, I remember I came back to work as a case manager, and I tried to hold off for like a few days. I was very emotional. We had visited a church with my good friend Eric, and it was like I was super emotional because I knew I had messed up. I knew I did something wrong. It was messing with me, reasonably so. But like 3, 4 days later, I had the opportunity to go back, over to her house. And so I did. And that time I drank again. And the next morning I didn't feel good. And then it was off to the races. It was officially off to the races. The next morning I had her go by. I got me a bottle of vodka in the morning. I lost my job. I got kicked out. And the only thing I knew to do was just keep on drinking. And that's exactly what I did. I did not stop from that moment on. I kept drinking. This last relapse would last about only 3 months until I sobered up again and stayed sober until today. So when I relapsed, I stayed drinking vodka. I was done. I was pretty much done with the girl I was dating. I was pretty much done with the girl I was having an affair with. I see. I was sneaking around. You know what I mean? So I was pretty much done with all. My only concern was just staying drunk. I had a hotel room. I got an apartment that I didn't pay the second month's rent on, so I knew that was coming to an end. And I was drinking, and it was a mess, you know. And so what did I do? Because I try to make things happen, I call Walmart again, and I'm going to try to get another job as an assistant manager. And I got it. I did like 2 or 3 interviews. I got the job drunk while I did the interviews, but I had what I felt was like the gift of gab. And this is all just me trying to like make it happen so that I can just stay alive, have a roof over my head, and maybe somewhere in there I'll be slapped into some sanity. But really, this was just a run. I was running. I was running hard, and not like running from or what. I was just running. And I took the job in Fort Dodge, Iowa. They gave me a relocation package. They gave me like 5, 6 grand. Um, so One day, my buddy came out to PCB. He said, "Let's go out to the beach." He brings his kids, brings his significant other. We all go out on the beach, and I get so drunk that I wake up in like an ambulance room, like a hospital room. With They say, "You know what happened?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "You passed out on the beach. Like you were unresponsive." And I'm just like, "No, I did not know that." So they transport me to the hospital. I'm in the hospital. I realize that there's about 5 grand that I don't know where it's at because I took it out in cash because I was going to buy like a used vehicle. So I'm in the hospital. I don't know where that's at. My doctor comes in and says, "Hey man," he said, "I'm just letting you know you need to stop drinking. Your liver is uh, your liver is showing signs of something about enzymes or something." At the moment, though, I didn't care. Said, "Get me out of here." I got out of there. I went straight to the bar. Kept drinking. I mean, I'm literally going to drink myself to death. I go home, cannot find 5 grand. Immediate devastation, immediate impending doom. You know, all my money's gone, still drunk, and I got to be in Iowa to go to the second tour with Walmart as an assistant manager. I call people and they help me get on the plane, and I fly up to Iowa. My best friend Josh picks me up from the airport, and I stay with Josh. Josh actually works at the same store, which is crazy because I grew up with Josh in grade school in Suwannee County, Florida, in Branford. That's the whole reason I knew about the job. So he's working at the store. I get a job as an assistant manager at the store, like him. I show up, the manager greets me outside, has Josh with him. Josh shakes my hand like we don't know each other, you know what I mean? Like, "Hey, how you doing, Anthony?" I'm like, "Hey, how are you doing?" The manager don't even know we're like best friends, you know what I mean? So anyway, we work together. I stay there with Josh, and Josh is Josh has about had enough too. I'm sneaking around and I'm drinking, you know, and he's about fed up too. So the night of the Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, the night of that fight, keep in mind, I've already got 3 DUIs, years of just absolute craziness. And the night of that fight, Josh says, "When you get off work, let's do something for the fight." And I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." I'm like, "Look, I'll get off work. I'll come home," which is like a 45-minute drive. I'm staying there with him and his significant other and the kids. And I'm like, "I'll get off work and we'll buy up a bunch of stuff." And the night of that fight, I drove home. And instead of driving home, I got a hotel room and a couple pints of vodka, got blistering drunk, tried to leave the next morning. I had a car at this point, and I pulled into a parking lot in Fort Dodge, Iowa, at a museum and got in the back seat. And at this point, it wasn't that I was sick from drinking; it's that my alcohol level was so high, I was literally hitting what I call a hiccup. The manager from the museum walks out there and he knocks on the window, and he's about 60 years old, and he says, "Hey man," he says, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just sick." He says, "All right, well, let me know if I need to call the ambulance. I'll call." He does that about 2 or 3 times. And by the third time, he's starting to suspect that I'm probably something's going on. He says, "Look, man, I can call the ambulance or I can call the cops. What do you want to do?" And I don't know if he walked away at that moment and called the cops or if he had already called the cops, but I decided it was in my best interest, in my drunken stupor, to get in the driver's seat and drive the car off from the property. And as soon as I did that, he tried to reach his arm in the vehicle to grab my keys. I think he noticed vodka in the seat. I think he knew that I was drunk. I put it in reverse and I backed away fairly quickly with this probably 60-something-year-old man's arm in my window, and he fell to the ground. This could have been a very bad. It's already bad, but it could have been even worse. It could have hurt him very badly. It could have absolutely ruined my life forever. Right, as if it's not pretty much ruined already. And about that time, a state trooper had pulled in. State trooper pulled in, rolled his SUV up about 50 yards away from my car, got out, opened his door, and pulled his gun on me and told me to stop the effing vehicle. You know, and that's when I put my hands up and I said, no, I'm I'm done. You know, DUI number four. After one recovery program, after two having the opportunity to work in recovery and getting wrapped up in just fleshly, just superficial garbage and being a hypocrite, but have an opportunity to do a lot of good. And here I am after trying to weasel my way into this reasonably sustaining job, and I get it. And I'm up in Iowa now, and I crazy. Here's DUI number four. After the third DUI, I just got off with a $500 fine. It's absolute insanity. It really is. That's what it is. I feel like I'm insane. I feel like I'm insane. And so fourth DUI, um, when I get out of jail, I go to the bar. I go to the bar. I keep drinking. Somehow in that ordeal, this is all a blur. I get so drunk, I go to the hospital. I no, when I got out of jail, I went to the bar. I was supposed to be in, I think Minneapolis. Wait, Indianapolis, I believe, somewhere around there, some big city. I was supposed to be there for what we call capstone training with Walmart, and I'm about a day away from doing that. But I just got out of jail, and I lost my vehicle, so I don't have a way to drive. So me getting out, me and having this wherewithal to figure things out instead of just stop running and go to recovery, I call my capstone manager, my training manager, and I've been at the store now for a little bit. And I call the manager, the HR, it's like an HR person. I said, hey, check it out. I've had some more deal happen with my vehicle. I need a rental vehicle. They say, okay, we'll get that scheduled for you. I get so drunk getting out of jail that I end up going to the hospital. They release me out of jail with scrubs on, or out of the hospital with scrubs on, and I'm literally walking down the street with hospital clothes on. It's crazy. I don't even know how that happened, but I have hospital clothes on. I need to figure some things out. So the first thing I do is I go get 2 bottles of vodka and I go up and sit under a bridge and I guzzle my vodka and I call the rental place and I'm like, here I am. I'm ready to go to capstone training. They said, okay, we'll get you a rental, Mr. Vonscooter. Where you at? I have to pop my head under the bridge to look at a 911 number on the house next door to give them an address to say, this is where I'm at. The rental company pulls up, picks me up in hospital clothing. Somehow, whatever I'm telling them, or whatever crap story that I've said them, they actually, I guess, believe. Take me to the rental place. They sign the papers. I sign the papers. I get in the rental vehicle. I go home to Josh's. Josh is upset because I just canceled the fight, got drunk. He's just like, Josh does, I have to say, my best friend Josh does care about me enough that when I get that retarded, he's like, dude, you're an idiot. You know, Josh is no saint, but he doesn't put up with that. And nonetheless, I get my clothes, I get in the rental, I'm headed to capstone training, and I feel like I've managed to keep my job. I've managed to keep an income. I'll pay a lawyer for the DUI. I'm just insane. Well, my manager calls me, the store manager says, hey, where are you going? I said, capstone training. He said, well, I need you to come talk to me. I said, all right, I'm about 30 minutes from capstone. He said, well, I need you to come talk to me. And I said, okay. And so I did. I went inside in his office drunk, and I thought he knew about the DUI. The truth is that a few nights before that, I had went into like a Taco Tito's or something and fell down in the Taco Tito's because I was so drunk. And he said, "You're a representation of the company," and yada, yada, yada. And he offered me a demotion. And I basically told him, forget it. He said, "Well, get your, make sure the rental car's here. We'll deal with all that." So I got to get my suitcase and all that out of the rental car in the middle of Iowa. And this Walmart's just surrounded by cornfields. And I get out, I get my stuff. I have nowhere to go. I literally don't have anywhere to go. I walk into the middle of a cornfield and just guzzle down blackout drunk vodka until I'm out. I'm passed out in the middle of a cornfield. I have nowhere to go. And the only thing I can do now is like, how do I play the system? How do I manipulate? How do I cheat? What am I going to do to keep this going? So I walk over to the hotel and I say, "Hey, my name's Anthony. I'm assistant manager at Walmart. I just flew into town. They should have a room booked for me." She said, "Well, they don't have. I don't see anything in the room." I was like, "Well, y'all, I act like I'm somebody," and I'm like, "Well, I'll give you the number to the manager, but I'm 1,200 miles from home. I need a room." She says, "Well, let me get you in a room, and you give me the number to your manager, and I'll make sure I'll sort it out on our end. Let me just get you in a room." I'm like, "Great." I give her my cell phone number as the manager's number. She sends me to my room, immediately calls the number. I don't answer, but at least it'll buy me a couple days. And then I put on a button-up shirt and I walk into the Walmart or whatever and start, stealing alcohol, going back to my room and getting blistering drunk. I'm literally going to just kill myself. I'm just going to drink myself so drunk. Finally, I get a knock on the door. It's the cops. They're like, "Mr. Vonscooter, like, you got to go because we haven't contacted any manager." They take me to the mission, and I'm coming down at the mission. I need alcohol. I find some old phone I had in my duffel bag. I get on Facebook Marketplace and manage to sell it for $5 just so I can sneak across the street and buy another pint of vodka. I mean, I'm like done, man. And I'm there at the mission, and my buddy Eric tells me about the Haven House in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. You know, and that was it. And I'll fast forward there, but basically, I turned I turned 30 years old. I'm 38 now. If I'm remembering this correctly. I turned 30 years old on a plane, headed down to Santa Rosa Beach recovery, detoxing my brains out, feeling like I'm gonna die. And I went into the Haven House in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, having fairly extensive knowledge of the Bible, recovery, blah, 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 blah. And I was beat. I was done. And they took me back to my room and I was unpacking my stuff and I dropped to my knees and I cried out to God and I said, "God, please," because I realized at this point, this is a problem with this. This is a problem with this. There is a problem. I need to fix it. And I cried out to God and I said, "God, if you'll help me get this, whatever it is you want me to get, if you'll help me get it, I'll work for you for the rest of my life. Like, help me figure it out." And I always joke about it because I say I should have asked for more because he did. He did. I, I, I stayed in that program, and about 6 months in, or about 2 months in, I contacted the courthouse in Iowa and said, "Hey, I'm ready to face the music. Remember DUI number 4? I never dealt with it. I just ran to Florida." I called him. I said, "I'm ready to face." The public defender got rid of the warrant for the failure to appear, let the court know I was in recovery, and then we moved it on down the road until we got to sentencing. And this is bad. This is a fourth DUI. I'm thinking I'm going to prison. You know, not to mention there was somebody that fell on the ground. It was not a good deal. I was very worried and I was very nervous. And I told my public defender, I said, "Well, look, man, I got 3 DUIs. I mean, at this point in my life, I felt like I deserved prison. I wouldn't even be mad at God if I went to prison. I did not have high expectations on the outcome of this situation. I felt like I deserved prison at this point because of all the chances that I had abandoned, which really sheds a lot of light on God's grace. But he said, public defender said, they're not going to bring up your 4 DUIs or your previous three. They won't bring that up. Those were in Florida. And I get the call about 6 months in, I get a phone call from the judge in Iowa and says, "Hey, Mr. Vonscooter, I'm here with the prosecutor. I'm here with the defender, and we're ready to hash this out." I said, "Okay." Prosecutor gets on the phone and said, "Mr. Vonscooter, did you have a DUI in 2006, 7, whatever it is?" I said, "Yeah." "Did you have a DUI on this day?" "Yeah." "Did you have a DUI here? Did you have a failure to appear?" Lists out every single one of my charges. And I remember getting so sick to my stomach thinking like, "Oh yeah, you're going to prison." I was like, "Yeah, you're going to prison." She sentenced me to 2 years in formal probation. You don't have to check in. You just have to stay out of trouble. She gave me a big fine. And she asked me one question. She said, "What would you say to the old man that you basically drugged or, hit, caused him to fall?" And I told her what I believe to be a true amends, and that is one. Obviously, if I could do anything different, I would. I'm genuinely sorry, but the biggest thing is, what can I do to make it right? I was wrong, 100%. What can I do to make it right? And I think that might have found a little bit of grace for her. But ultimately, she said, "You need to come serve like 10 days." And I called the jail in Iowa and I said, "I need to come serve 10 days." They said, "Well, we don't take anybody like that. The only way you can serve time in this jail is to actually get arrested." I said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" I don't have, and she said, "Well, let me let you talk to Wally. Wally runs the jail." And this is just another example of God's grace. But I get on the phone with Wally and I said, "Wally, I have to serve 10 days in jail." But he said, "Well, let me talk to the judge. I'll see what I could do." Now, 10 days don't sound like a big deal, but for me, 10 days is a big deal. I don't like 30 days in jail. I don't like 10 days. I don't like 1 day. I don't like jail at all. I'm the dummy that'll sign a 4 year probationary agreement to get out of a 6 month jail sentence. That's how much I object to jail. And so 10 days was just a big deal for me, especially after being in the environment that I am now, safe, sober, all these things. And Wally calls me. He says, "Mr. Van Scooter, you're good." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, I got a little more pull than the public defender, and I talked to the judge, and you don't have to come serve any jail time." It almost seems undeserving. It almost seems unfair. But that is how the situation worked out. There was no jail time served. The judge, and even Wally said, he said, "You sound like," and I'll just quote, but he said, "You sound like a hell of a guy, but you're not worth a shit drunk." Is exactly what he said. He said, "Just stay sober." I said, "Okay." Time goes on. I stayed at the Haven House. I interned for 6 months. I staffed for another. Well, I interned for 6 months. I stipend for 6 months. Basically, just a kind of a work program after your graduation where you stay and you give back. And I stayed on with them. I became associate pastor, but my life changed, and it is because of God. He's the only one that gets credit, but I'm hard headed and I'm stubborn. And I'm going to tell you, um, a lot of it is self inflicted, but a big reason my life changed wasn't because of wisdom, it was because of pain. It was because of pain. Wisdom, God bless any young man or any woman or young woman who uses wisdom as the guide to help direct their life. I didn't do that. Wisdom did not shape me as much as pain did. A byproduct of that is that wisdom. I have been in. I believe that God's given me some wisdom, but I have to say that the starting point for all of that was pain. You know, And so ultimately, I've staffed at a church for a few years after Haven House, and I have a big recovery community here in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, Destin area. And we stay in real close contact. They're all doing stuff like this. That my tight knit circle of friends. This is the kind of stuff that they do. They're working in the prisons and with the recovery programs. They're having these conversations, and these are the type of people that I keep in my close circle to hold me accountable. And here's one thing that I always have to mention, because I was better equipped to understand my own desires and what was most important. In June of 2020, I married Jackie. She was in recovery. I knew Jackie in 20, 2015 or 14, but I didn't know yet we were going to get married. And later on, after I had graduated the program, we started talking. We talked for a year. We ended up being like really good friends. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We had no idea we were going to get married. And ultimately, we realized that, wait a minute, everything we want's right under our nose. We clicked, we dated, we got married in June of 2020. We moved in together. June 20th is going to be 5 years. And so now, aside from my life in just the church and recovery, not to mention Pine Straw, which is a whole nother podcast probably because of how much I love Pine Straw. Um, but I'm married to Jackie. She's the love of my life, and we've got two little dogs over here at the house with us, and Peyton and Brady and Ava. So my schedule now, after almost 8 years of sobriety, which I hadn't even touched on 8 years of sobriety. Mainly, I've touched on the bad. But if it's like, well, what did you do? Well, one is pain. That's a big motivator. That's a really big motivator. I wanted that to stop, but that's not enough for an eternal hope. My life under Christ cannot be shaped by like, I just want to follow Jesus because he's a good teacher. Jesus has to be more than a good teacher, and I'm sure everyone's heard this argument. But if Jesus is only a good teacher, then he's not very moral, because he said he also was the Son of God. So if we say he's a good teacher, but he's not the Son of God, that means he's not a good teacher, and it means he's a liar. He has to be who he says he is. And so I had to understand who Jesus is. He's not just a philosophical, motivational speaker to help me have a better life. He is life. He is the reason for everything that is good and true and holy and beautiful. And I needed to understand that I had to make Jesus more than my sidekick or motivational speaker. I had to understand that I have to live a life that involves self sacrifice. If we look at Jesus and we see his example, am I to live a life to do as I want, but Jesus' teachings help me live a better life? Absolutely not. Jesus is the ultimate example of sacrifice. So my life has to involve the characteristics that Jesus, picking up your cross, not falling under the illusion or the trap that ministry or giving back does not come without its share of responsibility or burden or self-sacrifice. It comes with these things. That's the reality. But it also comes with an overwhelming joy and fulfillment that is different than a drug or a drink, and it's far more sustaining, and it takes longer to attain. We live in a microwave generation, and so it can be hard for the addict to shift from drugs to Jesus. A lot of times when the drugs are there and you say, well, I don't want no more drugs, and somebody says, well, what about Jesus? He'll make you feel good. Do you want some Jesus? And a lot of times, any addict who has any kind of resolve to quit or stop will say, yeah, I'll take some of that Jesus. Where the distinction has to come in, and what we have to understand when we follow Christ and we put God as Lord, as this new authority in our life, um, this new glimmer of hope and example to live by, is that we have to understand that what what God has for us to attain, is not attained in the same way that a drug or a drink is attained. It's a longer, more relational, more meaningful, and more involved relationship that grows over time. You know, and that's not to say that I don't have my bad days. I'm human. You know what I'm saying? I have bad days. I have bad days that even I look back on or turn around in the moment and say, "Whoa, what are you doing? That looks absolutely nothing like what a Christian should look like." My attitude, the way I've talked to people before, has been completely out of line. But if it weren't for these foundational principles, there would be no correction in place. There would be no conviction in place. There would be no, eye on the prize, so to speak, to continually move forward to who Jesus is and the character of Jesus. I talk about it a lot. It's when it comes to following Christ, I don't, and this is a big part of the message I preach. I don't want to fall under the illusion to say that I want to follow Christ so that I can experience the mercy of God, that being saved from what I probably deserve, hell, which is another conversation. That's when we have to understand that we're born, sinners and all these things. But if if I'm attracted only to the mercy of God, and I think that being saved from eternal hell is enough, now I'm not participating in the grace of God. And the grace of God is when He's giving us something that we don't deserve. So my goal in life, as I know that Jesus wants us to find rest in and assurance in, an abundant life in, is not just receiving the mercy of God, that being saved from eternal hell, so that I can save my life here. It is experiencing the mercy of God, but also experiencing the grace of God in a better life here, a different life, a new life, to walk in the newness of God, as Paul says in Romans. I do not want to just make sure that I'm safe from, say, hell, whatever your definition is of that. I have one. But then just step outside of the gates of hell and say, well, temperature's fine here. This will work. That's not enough for me. I mentioned before, I want more. And the world's not enough. What's bigger than the world? The one who created it. You know. And so my goal is to always keep this forward motion after Him. Won't never be Him. That's why He saves, and we are able to partake in that. We're never the Savior. But I don't want to fall into the illusion that I'm going to be like Jesus. But I want to try to be like Jesus. But here's the thing: I also don't want to get in my head about how good or how bad I am. I've read some great books. Dallas Willard wrote a great book about sanctification. Um, but my thoughts on that, because when you start thinking about living the Christian life and you start thinking about every day, you want to do an inventory, you want to understand where you're at, what you're doing wrong. Was it a good day? Who did I talk to the wrong way? What did I physically do wrong? you can you have to be careful not to get into an area of shame, because when we talk about how good we are and how bad we are, we're getting into a place of either one, shame, and we're also getting into a place of pride. How good did I do? We can. I'm not saying we do all the time. Inventory is good, but we can also get into a place of comparison. Bob Goff said it. If I what do you say? If I'm not distracted by um, comparison, what do you say? If I'm not distracted by comparison, I'll be captivated by purpose. Something to that effect. You know, I can't be distracted by comparison. And Jesus, Paul talks about Jesus, how even though he was equal with God, if there was anybody good who was just ultimately the definition of good, it was Jesus. But he says, even though he is equal with God, it was not even a thing to be grasped. It says he didn't think about that. Instead, it says that he emptied himself and wore this humility. And I'm not getting my words right verbatim, but it says that he, took on this humility and served others. It says he emptied himself by serving others. In other words, I understand that we want to be the best we can be, and we should strive to be like Jesus. But at the same time, we also can't be in our head too much about how good we are and how bad we are. We just have to develop our relationship with God and Jesus and let Him do the work and follow His lead and just worry about other people, serving other people. That's where the true freedom is. The freedom isn't servitude, as Timothy Keller said. It's not the absence of restraint. It's actually about finding the right restraint. A game has to have rules. A fish may feel like he's restrained to the water, but he's not really restrained to the water. That's actually where the true freedom is found. If he's out of the water, he dies. So just finding that freedom within the restraint and the liberty of where the Spirit of God is, and understanding the territory and kingdom of God. That's where true freedom is actually found. And these are all things that I never understood. I never articulated. I just went through life with this vague concept of God. You could have placed in front of me the Bible, a church building, and Jesus, and the cross, and some angels. And as far as I was concerned, they could have all been one thing. You know, I did not understand the value and in taking the time to learn and to grow and to understand. And I'll say it, learn, because I got to be careful with that, because some people think, well, you're studying too much and all this stuff. No, I want to learn, I want to study, I want to grow in the knowledge of God. But ultimately my heart's fixed on one thing, and that's knowing the character of God. That's it. I just want to know him. I just want to know him better. It's not about being an uptight, bookworm. It's not about that. I want to know the character of God. I want to know my Creator. I want to know my King. Because I'm ignorant enough as it is, and I'm never going to get to a place with God where there's this level of knowledge where I feel like I've, I said in the beginning, arrived. It'll never happen. So there always has to be a level of um, self-reflection, self-accountability, inventory. All these things are good. Having that close-knit circle of friends, and not just friends. I mean people who understand what you've been through and what you've gone through, and the shame and the guilt that can come with some of the stuff that you've done. I've told my story sometimes where I even stop back and I'm like, man, I'll be glad. I'll be glad when we get to the good part, because some of this stuff just sounds like, man, and this is just the truth. Me, you, third person, whatever, uh, was I was a bad person. You know what I mean? I was a bad person, and when I found myself in the middle of that development of trying to get closer to God, but also not having the world out of me yet, I went from just a straight up bad person with no conviction to a hypocrite with conviction, and then ultimately into a place where I feel like I could live a reasonable life, but on a scale. It's not like the gap between us and Jesus is so wide, but it's not like I'm just like, hey, I'm right there by him. No, I mean the gap is always wide. How great is the chasm? Um, but if not for Jesus, and that's where things have to. That's where things have to rest. They have to rest with Jesus and how much He truly loves us, and understanding our identity in the kingdom of God. That I can say that I'm an alcoholic. You know, uh, that's not my identity, right? In this case of alcoholism, it may walk like a duck, it may talk like a duck, but in this case, it's it's not a duck. I'm a child of God, but we still have to deal with the whacking and the quacking and the walking like a duck, so to speak. You see what I'm saying?
Man,
And
that's a good
I
way to
tell a
put
lot
it.
of, there's a lot of Christian friends I have. They're like, "Well, I'm not an addict." I'm like, "You're not an addict." But is that really the point? The goal is to get better. You can tell me you're not an addict or an alcoholic all day, but like I said, if you're walking and talking like what you seem to believe is an addict or an alcoholic, we have to deal with that. So rest in your identity. You're a child of God. I'm a child of God, but I still have to deal with the fact that there are uh, I got problems in my life I need to deal with. You know, and when you open that door on an eternal realm, not just worldly circumstance. You can look at my life right now and say, "Oh man, he's doing so good." I have a nice little home and my wife and my little dogs and the kids and life is beautiful. I mean, it's fantastic, full of joyful, great experiences, beautiful friends and relationships. But is there is there like less to work on now? Not in terms of the gap that's between me and Jesus. There's still plenty to work on. So I just have to keep that humility and understand that even when things are good, I still actually need Jesus just as much now as I did when I was a raging alcoholic. I still have to keep that mindset. Not in a place of shame, just in a place of conviction and reverence for who he is and what this idea of good really looks like. Because I don't have a clue. You know, I don't have a clue what it really truly looks like. And thank God, because we're not saved by anything good that we've done. We're only saved by the good that He's done. We're saved by grace. So if I say, well, man, I need to not only do good, but I need to understand good, well, thank God we don't have to do that either. We get to in a place of trying to grow closer to Christ, but in terms of salvation, we don't have to understand what is the true definition of good or how good are we doing. We just have to know this: he is good, he's holy, he's righteous, and he's the one who did the work. We just have to place our faith in it. And if we do that, the things that we do in our life that are good are not in an effort to um, self delusion or really make ourselves feel like we're saved. If we truly place our faith in Christ, then everything that is produced after that is a byproduct of the Holy Spirit that works in us. He started a good work, he'll finish it. You know, so um, yeah. I mean, I know that was lengthy, but man, that is tip of the iceberg. There are some plenty of horror stories in there, and obviously, in terms of recovery in Christ, tons, tons of trails and paths that you can go down to talk about a lot of different aspects when it comes to um, you know Christ and the Bible and God and his relationship with us. The human condition. I mean, whew, I mean, you can just get into a lot.
Yeah, I want
So,
to I have some pieces here that I wrote down throughout the course of your testimony here. And thank you so much. Major shout out to you for all of your story. It was, man, truly captivating to see like the different layers and just like you mentioned, like the length of how much time it was of the pain that was endured, and then just to see that effort of like, going down that path of pain and then the trip up and then kind of getting back up and going again and then the stumble again. And then just, scripture says that the righteous man falls down 7 times and gets up 8 times. And you can really see that throughout your story, throughout all these years. So I have some questions that kind of go chronologically as I took notes, but also this was one that I had towards the latter end of your testimony that I wanted to ask. So, for people that are working with someone who is close to them, that this person has a history, whether it's over the course of 6 months or it's over the course of the past 5 years or 10 years, but this person's history has been um, in a similar way, kind of walking with that sense of entitlement. They had it for many years. And let's say this person is someone who has said the words, made the promises, voice to voice with people, but it seems like they just keep on going back to these ways. And even to the point, similarly, as you mentioned, where you had God, at what point in your life did you actually become baptized, by the way?
That was actually in 20 2014.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think 2014.
And where in the timeline, in terms of, I guess, DUIs and relapses, where would that fall in?
That would have been during my first time at Panama City Rescue Mission.
Hmm.
Um, During that first recovery program, which I came in there, I believe Christmas of 2013. So
Hmm.
that would have been sometime in 2014. Before that, I would have already had two DUIs, and
Mm.
after that, I would have gotten
That third one in there.
two more
Hmm.
eventually. Two
Yeah.
more. Yeah.
So in those moments, sometimes people they'll spend time walking with someone, and then they'll, kind of, a lot of people see baptism as like, man, this should be where the change happens. Like they just gave their life to Christ. What would be your, I guess, your encouragement to people who they've walked with someone through the faith, um, poured into them, the person has gotten maybe even baptized, and this person has still gone back to those ways, not just once, but like several times. And maybe they even have another several times before that sticking point really hits. What would be your encouragement, and how can people navigate that type of relationship if that person is in close proximity to them on a regular basis?
Right. So, this is an area where you can get into things like codependent, and just you really have to be healthy because a lot of times um, we have to differentiate the two concepts we were talking a second ago. One is self-sacrificing. The other one is that we don't want to be selfish. We want to be self-sacrificing, but at the same time, we also have to understand that God doesn't just value everyone else but us, and He wants to use us to help other people. But here's the other thing too: He does not want us to completely abandon ourselves to the point where we're unhealthy and we're unable to help others, specifically others who want our help. That's a big thing. And so, um, you know, we have we also have people that are family or friends that we might have a just a stronger connection with. God's just put a bigger place in our heart to help that person. And so now, and then you can also get into the area of enabling that needs to be discussed. Um, I tell the conversation I've had, working in recovery and like working at the Haven House and everything like that, has largely in part been with parents. And I've learned a little bit doing that. For example, the common view in the recovery realm is that you have to have a level, you have to have boundaries, and you have to be able to let go. I do not believe that love should ever be absent, as long as we understand what love really is. So whatever level we can understand what love really is. Um, there is self love. We need to make sure that we're taken care of because we're the. It's like a machine. You use a machine, even though it's going to take care of 1,000 acres. And you also have to take care of it. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth anything, or not worth anything, but it's not going to be capable to do the job that it's intended to do. So we have to have boundaries in our life. We can't let ourselves be run over ragged. Um, but that's not without saying that, yeah, when you go down that road and you're dealing with someone who just they keep going back, they keep going back. Will that come with some responsibility and some wear and tear on our own lives emotionally? Absolutely. Um, I've talked with some parents before, and the big thing is that one, you cannot enable them in any way. And I'll give you a good example. Parent, uh, son who is a user, and now they don't want their son to be homeless, obviously. And so they give him a place to stay in their garage. And this is a specific conversation I had. They give him a place to stay in the garage. This son has already been down the road with recovery programs, well versed in the tools needed and what to do to get sober and to bring in accountability and all these things that we, people like me, need to be sober. But he continues to reject it. And then he goes to dad, says, I need a place to stay. Dad, understandably so, not to say that this wouldn't be a tough decision, lets him stay, the son stay in the garage. What the dad is thinking, and a lot of parents do this, is thinking that if I let my son stay here with me, he'll be in a safer environment. That there will then be a gap between this safe place that I'm providing and the very dark place that he could go if he's out on the streets. We culturally we think of streets as this place where there's a drug dealer on every corner, but we have to understand being homeless doesn't necessarily mean they're down on Skid Row. It just means that they don't have shelter and stuff like that. And so a lot of parents will say, "Well, I'm going to let him stay here because it's safe here," and that will create a little bit of a barrier between my child and what is dangerous and what is unsafe. Um, and to that, I would say you're causing more harm. Now, there's some discernment with the child if the child's been through recovery and is trying to get better. But even with sons and daughters that have gotten out of recovery, I still, because usually the program that they go into to get help is also providing a platform so that they can actually grow outside of graduating the program to get a job and have somewhere to stay. All of that will be afforded to them. So even with even with loved ones who have graduated a recovery program, I would still say even then, do not offer them a place to stay. And why? Do not rob them of that experience. Do not rob them of that experience. They need the experience of having in their rear view, they don't need to look there too long, but having in their rear view all the pain that they've went through, having lost everything that maybe they were given, maybe they earned, whatever. But they need in front of them the purpose and the drive in front of them to get that job, to get that insurance paid, to get that license back, to get that car, to get that apartment they're going into, to pay the rent at the halfway house. They need that progress because it's only going to just shed more light on anything of value that comes of that. So you don't want to rob them of that process. Now, when you've got a loved one who's actively in addiction, and you say, "Well, man, maybe I can give them a place to stay, and it'll kind of separate them from the evil that exists out in the street." And to that, I would also say to the parents, you have to understand this is 2025. That you providing a place for them to stay in your garage is not going to stop them in any way, shape, or form from getting what they want. One is 2025. There's a plug on that contact list, and there's a number on there that they can do what they need to do if they really, really want it. You talked about it before. Them being thankful to stay there at the house or grateful if they are still in the grips of addiction. that gratitude and that thankfulness is not going to surpass the addictive, unfortunate, addictive will to attain the drink or the drug. Your love and the kindness and the gratitude and thankfulness of what they should have will not bypass the good that you're trying to do. I apologize. My Dachshunds are marking out the window. The neighbor probably, but um, where there is a really thin line, and where you have to be very very careful, um, is with uh, fentanyl. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can shut the curtain.
And while he is handling those dogs, man, this is such a good piece right here, and especially with someone that has been working with people in this capacity for at this point, really and truly decades now. For those of you watching, either that know Anthony personally, or those that are coming upon this episode, man, I really hope that this is in any way encouragement to you to know that it's not up to you to save that person who is constantly going back again and again and again. I would hope that, the wisdom that he's giving out right here, being someone that went through it, being someone who, was left to overcome these addictions, to overcome or deal with the true ramifications. I hope that coming from someone who has lived in it, there can be that ease in your heart, to know that, hey, you are not the reason that this person ended up in that. That person was determined to end up in that situation. The only thing that you may be is a person who did not know where your line should have ended. Anthony, please continue.
So the one thing I'd mentioned that you have to be really careful of, and I've been on the receiving end of this phone call. And I remember the situation with a parent. I had known the younger man from when he was in recovery, and he went back out and he relapsed. His drug of choice, however, was fentanyl. And we are dealing in this day and age. We're dealing with drugs that are really shift
Sorry,
a lot from
this
recreational.
I have a question in there before you continue.
Sure.
Do you think that in any way the people who go into recovery programs, and this is something that's totally just a question here, do you think that the people that go in, that either some of them, like a small minority of them, or any amount of a large amount, are more equipped to have more connections to drugs because of the others who are also in it, and maybe those different people being at different places, and some people, um maybe, and this is going the most cynical route, going in and looking at those places as opportunities to, like, maybe find new clientele who are like, one step away from that. Does you think that possibility exists at all?
Uh, well, I've been in recovery for 3 years, and or I've been in. Excuse me. Let me rephrase that. I've lived 3 years of my life in recovery program. I've never seen some dealer or plug who literally checked themselves into rehab to do that. They're not that willing. Um, they won't go to that lengths. But I have seen in situations where dealers are or will wait outside of a recovery program, where they might be familiar with a outpatient group, that is centered around recovery, where they might wait, in the parking lot. I have seen that. Yes, that absolutely exists. Um, uh, with people who are want to benefit from someone's addiction. So yeah, that definitely exists. But as far as like in a recovery program, for them to come in and say, "Hey, I'm going to live in here for a year to influence as many people as I can," that I would almost say doesn't happen, and that is mainly because of in most cases anyway, the leadership and the authority that have been put in place. A lot of the recovery programs, for example, the Haven House in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, are ran by men who have went through the program, and it's often like that with women's program as well. A lot of the leadership is in place, um, uh, has people in place that have went through the program themselves. So you cannot get involved in recovery or ministry if your heart's really not in it. And I mean true ministry. I don't mean, the phonies and fakes, the ones that benefit from money. If that does happen, then yes, you may very well have wolves amongst the sheep, so to speak, because the shepherd has not been doing a very good job, maybe because of their own motivations behind doing a ministry or a recovery program. So yes, I've seen plenty of transitional houses, recovery programs that are ran like a flop house where drugs are actually in the program. That has happened,
Oh wow.
but yeah, that has happened. Absolutely. Anytime you're dealing with people who are prone to relapse, or even drug dealers themselves who have decided to get sober, you're going to have situations like that. But there are, and I would speak that with the Haven House, it really does start with leadership. If you have leadership who's been there and they're wise and they have the heart to understand just how important it is to help individuals in addiction, you're going to have a well-ran program. On the other hand, if you've got someone who doesn't really have a clue about recovery and decides that it's a good money maker to run a recovery program and charge rent, set up a little side business that all the guys can work and provide labor for, it's just not gonna be a good situation. It can wind up being maybe a link in the chain or a stepping stone to something later, but your success rate is probably going to be not nearly as good. That's just my opinion. But
So
I
you listed a couple pieces here. But and this is something that I think discernment in this is just as important in terms of finding good leadership for a recovery ministry as you've described here. That sounds like it's just as important as finding good leadership in the church body in which you choose to attend on a regular basis, to choose to give your money to, give your time to with serving, and ultimately entrust your entire family to the teaching of them. So I've got some things that I would tick off and that I would warn anybody going to a church to look at that are like the absolute clear red flags. What would you say would be like the top five green flags and the top five red flags that a person can look at in a recovery ministry and be able to tell with anywhere from, let's call it, a 80% to like 100% certainty that this place right here is doing the thing correctly?
Yeah, and that we really have to look at the question, right? We can never judge really. I mean, there are some things that can be blatantly obvious. If you've got a recovery program leader or owner or whatever, and you look at his life and it's just completely absent of any biblical principles or recovery principles, obviously that's a blatant big red flag. Um, if
That's a good one.
anybody's leading, you know, that's a big red flag. If anybody's leading a recovery program with certain, the wrong motivation, it might be a little more subtle than that,
Mm.
And so a lot of the programs is one being ran better than the other. Sure. Sometimes God really blesses some places with some good sound wisdom. But what I've always said is that a couple things. One is that you're going to find God. You're going to find God wherever you want to find God. It doesn't matter if it's a good program or a bad program. It doesn't make it easier if more of the obvious is happening, like one, no drugs. Yeah, you definitely want a program that they're not getting the cops called, every 5 days because somebody's being trespassed. I mean, these are all things that's like, obviously, okay, what's going on there with the culture and the mindset and the mentality? Sure, they're dealing with it on the back end, calling the cops to deal with situations, but what's going on culturally of what they're teaching and the expectations that are being set? Because that's another thing, expectations. I think there are some programs where the expectations are not set high, and there's just almost like this unsaid permissions that are given to certain individuals to come in that they think they can get away with this or get away with that, and they end up pushing the envelope, and it just creates an environment that's not healthy for what I would call good recovery. That being said, you can never really judge a recovery program by the success rate afterwards. One, because it's hard to gauge, because you've got years of data there where you can say, oh man, you can look at the one thing I think that would be good to look at is not the success rate of every individual, whether or not they stayed sober, because you have some that relapse right out of recovery. You have some that can relapse 5 years after recovery. You have some that can relapse, unfortunately, even after 20 years of recovery. It's definitely, the numbers go down the further down that road that we go. But you can look at the success rate of the graduations, because there are programs that people come into and they don't ever make it through, right? But that can also be kind of a squirrely path too, because we can say, oh man, it has 100% success rate as far as graduation. Sure, but that's because it was just a Malibu easy program with no rules. So we can't always look at that too. But if you find a program that's got good structure, I think discipline, I think structure is good, because these are the things in our own life that we were unable to incorporate. So anytime I look at a program, I don't necessarily judge the success rate afterwards. I just simply have to use my best judgment. And one is, what is your doctrine? What is your statement of faith? What do you believe? Do you are you are is your goal solely to get men sober, and who cares what else happens as far as how they live their life, or how they're aimed at Christ or God, their worldview? Who cares about any of that? We just want to get them sober. For me, that's a problem. You know, I would want a program for my loved one that's going to take, regardless of what I feel about it or how I feel about it or whether it's true and yada yada yada. I want a program that's going to take a look at the bigger picture. That's going to take a look at more than just like, I want my loved one to stop drinking and to stop drugging. Well, with my loved ones, I don't want them to just stop drinking and stop drugging. I want them to find a deeper relationship with Christ. I want them to understand who they truly are. I want them to have eternal hope, because that eternal hope is going to manifest in more healthier ways in their life now. I know people that could work the steps. Keep in mind, the steps were originally founded on biblical principles anyway. But if we're talking about the steps, there are individuals who can look at their drug and alcohol addiction and say it's bad for business, and they can stop drinking and drugging because it's bad for business. But I believe to truly be sober, as even the AA book says, you have to have a spiritual experience. So if you go in, you don't try to. Again, this is tough, because like with Haven House, we don't reject anyone no matter what their religious beliefs are, but we are founded on the religious belief, or the belief of God and Christ and the Trinity, and that He's the way and He's the only way to the Father. We have a foundation of those things. What we believe, which would obviously be up to, I'm sure, plenty lengthy of debate, is that Christ is the answer. That looking through the lens of biblical principles is the best way to live life, is the best way to transform the mind. Alcohol and drugs is a byproduct, or the absence of alcohol and drugs is a byproduct of that. So I do. I want a faith-based program. I want something that's a little deeper. Um, the Keaton House is a good example in Panama City. It's where uh, it's a state-ran part of the prison system, alternative to prison, that is recovery based. When you go in, they have the steps on the wall. Steps are good. I don't believe in any way the steps deny Christ or anything like that. Unfortunately, because it's solely recovery, just recovery, you know, um, there's not a lot of character development. These kinds of things fall by the wayside when we don't develop or when we don't, encompass the teachings of Christ and biblical principles. That what ends up happening is that we get a little less in the area of character development and more on the recovery side and the steps, which is good. But if we don't develop the character, it's no wonder that when they graduate, they continue doing some of the things that they were doing before, character wise, which can lead right back to the same vomit that the dog would return to, so to speak. So I'm a big believer in faith based, in a bigger picture worldview type of development when it comes to a recovery program. I know this sounds petty. Cleanliness, cleanliness, man.
I think that makes
There are
sense. Yeah,
some,
that goes into the character element as well.
there are some recovery programs that, man, they take an old house, they put guys in it. I mean, they spend 40, 50, 60 hours a week on the road um, selling pieces of woodwork that they're doing. Again, not a bad thing. Um, but man, when you have a clean facility, it shows me that the leadership and the individuals there, mainly the leadership, is 100% concerned with home, with home. And I say it like that because as a recovery program, you have to have an income. And so it makes sense that just the same way we do in real life, we work, we go to work. But if my home's not in order, right? The home is the closest place to be able to tell how in order your life is. So when I understand that recovery programs get busy and that the men get busy and that the leadership gets busy, and they can easily say, well, I'm dealing with some very stressful stuff. Obviously, I mean, you're literally talking about people whose lives are on the line. I get it. But man your team with the proper resources, right? And make sure your facility's clean. I mean, this sounds more like I'm actually giving advice to a recovery program. But as far as like what I would look for in a recovery program, it matters. It matters to me when the place is clean. That made a huge difference when I showed up at the Haven House. It also matters when the place is clean, is because when somebody shows up there, like when I showed up at the Haven House, I couldn't put my finger on the fact that the baseboards were clean. I didn't even catch that. I didn't even realize that later until they had us cleaning the baseboards. But when I walked up, there was a sense of peace, a sense of tranquility, because things were in order, they were in place, they were clean. I knew when I showed up, I was leaving the typical world of chaos and anxiety, and I was going into a place where things were in order, they were well kept, they were neat, and they were focused on home. They were focused on the home. They weren't just focused on sending the guys out every day to make money. They were focused on keeping things well intact, in order, neat, clean.
That
So
makes
yeah,
a lot of
cleanliness.
sense right there, because it is bringing that order back to it, and it is putting priority on the quality of how something is, rather than just the fact that there is the thing. It is, what is the quality of this thing, which in and of itself could go towards a more discerning mind. If you care about the quality of something rather than the fact that you just have it, um, it will probably make you less susceptible to just accept whatever comes across you, um, in the regular world. Uh, I wanted to make sure to ask you this as well. This is kind of another big topic, big picture thing that, just do your best that you can with it. So, what would you say to those who have someone who struggles with addictions, who suffer some type of mental effect, where their faculties, whether it was from birth or something happened along the way, that their faculties are just not the same as everyone?
Right. So, obviously, that can get into a prickly area, debatable area, medicine. What I've seen is that if they are hindered in a pretty dramatic way, you know, functionally, a lot of times drugs aren't in the picture. Um, oftentimes if drugs are in the picture with someone who's um, mentally impaired on a greater level, that's might be because of some type of abuse, you know. In that case, there's hope there that can be dealt with, you know, whether that's getting law enforcement involved, whatever, separating that loved one from that environment, whatever. But the area I think we're talking about is what about the area? What about the individual, the loved one who is addicted to drugs? You feel like they are suffering mentally, right? But they're addicted to drugs. But here's the thing: to be addicted to drugs, to have that will and that want and that desire, you have a level of cognitive thinking.
Or
You
rather,
have
let's not even say it's like a drug. Let's say it's like alcoholism, like severe alcoholism. And let's say I believe that some of the more what's becoming more common in typical society right now is are things like ADD or ADHD, and then
Mhm.
some amount of like schizophrenia, bipolarism. So let's say in that realm of it, because I know drugs is like a whole nother lane to go, but
Yeah,
but especially since you have the experience with the alcoholism, like someone that has some type of one of those three, whether it's ADHD, um, bipolarism, schizophrenia, that interaction with alcoholism.
right. So like with some recovery programs, and I won't mention Haven House in this case, just so I'm not putting any kind of medical stance with them. But I've seen guys come in that are on loads of medication. Now, one schizophrenia, all these things. I agree with medication. I think medication is good. I believe God can use doctors, and I believe He can use medication. And unfortunately, being in a fallen world, people get hurt, and sometimes they get hurt in a very permanent way. So I think medication is good. But we've had guys come in that struggle with, let's say, alcoholism, and they suffer or have been diagnosed. Okay, that's important. I'm not a doctor. Do I believe there's bad diagnosis? Absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't have the expertise to really say whether they are or not. That's the problem. I'm not a doctor. So there has to be some level of trust with the medical community. And then I'm in a whole nother area of trying to pick a continuum of care, the same way that I would of a recovery program. So, but we've had guys come in that were what we felt to be as of a reasonable, sound mind, even though they were diagnosed with ADD or even schizophrenia. Bipolar is probably more common, right? I've seen bipolar a lot. And what we've done is when it comes to blood pressure medications, things of the of health, then we keep them on it. Take your medication. But there have been situations where guys have come in and they've just been diagnosed with everything under the book. They've been diagnosed while they were actually on meth. They've had they were upfront and forthcoming about when they were going through their diagnostics, so to speak. They were not honest with the medical staff about being on drugs. So now
Oh,
we get into
wow.
an area where it's like, well, look, well, let's do this first. Let's do this first. Let's not worry about medication. Sometimes they've gotten themselves in a situation where they couldn't even afford the medication, nor had they took it in months. And so they're like, well, I got to take my medicine. I said, well, look, let's get off the meth first. Let's get off the alcoholism or the alcohol first. And let's get things kind of tapered out a little bit. And then let's get you in front of a medical staff and let's see where we're at then. You know what I'm saying? But right now, we can't really make a judgment call when you're taking medications, you're drinking when you're not supposed to, you've got a diagnosis for ADD, when that's a whole nother area. I
Hmm.
believe that there are um, sincere medical diagnosis that are 100% accurate. But I also believe there are medical diagnoses that are completely dismissive of the power of God and the emotional, mental change that can occur as a result of someone being introduced to Christ and biblical teachings for living, the transforming of the mind, the renewing of the mind. There have been plenty of people I've seen witnessed in my life that the way they behave and their characteristics, although never even been in front of any type of medical diagnosis, could easily be diagnosed with ADD or bipolar, and
Hmm.
come in and work a program, whether you're an alcoholic or not, and be introduced to a new way of living and a new way of thinking and new disciplines. I mean, we know that. Like I said, I'm no doctor, but we already know there are some repair that can happen, neuro pathways, whatever, um, just by changing the way you live, and sometimes even changing the way you diet, which could be a byproduct of an addictive personality as well. And again, I can't speak volumes on that, but I don't always agree with every diagnosis. If I'm just being honest and transparent, I don't agree with every diagnosis of ADD and bipolar. I don't. But in terms of me helping an individual um, get sober, I'm not going to dip a whole lot into the area of telling them that they need to stop taking their medication for bipolar or schizophrenia. I mean, schizophrenia, obviously, like, if you're taking medication, that's probably a good thing. Now, I've also had friends who have taken antidepressants for years and wanted to get off and felt comfortable and felt like they had been introduced to a new way of life and a new way of living and thinking that they could. And they felt like the medication for what they were originally diagnosed for actually hurt them.
Hmm.
And so they were able to taper off, and they were able to get off anti depressants, and were able to experience a better quality of life. So it's not the case with everyone, but I guess the long and quick of it is, I believe the power of God is more powerful than most of that. But I think there are situations where medications are needed. I would continue to rely on a medical staff, um, and put some research into that too. The same way you put research into the recovery program, put some research into the medical staff you're going to use when trying to navigate dealing with a loved one who needs medication but also is on alcohol. And that right there in and of itself is probably problem number one. ADD
Hmm.
medication, alcohol. That's the
Yeah.
first thing. You know what I'm saying? Not good. But yeah, that's a tough one, and I would still have to say rely on medical staff, but be very open minded to what the power of God can do.
Hmm.
Because I've
Yeah.
seen him do good things.
For sure. And I wanted to ask about that just because I do know that I I work with a lot of middle school boys and just like young adult men, and I've just been seeing just even within a summer camp situation I had recently, there were at least 2 to 3 boys. One who was like clearly on medication, but then others that were like symptomatic of it, or there were like some thoughts and considerations that maybe that was the case of where they sat, but maybe were undiagnosed. And so um, I also meet with a lot of young men who say like, oh, they've got some combination of like ADD and anxiety, or ADD and depression, things like that, and the combination of these things. You know, a portion of me thinks that like, man, this is like a over diagnoses, over self diagnosis kind of situation going on, which I'm sure that there is a good amount of that. But then also, I do know that I believe I've seen studies recently that have mentioned how something a hugeness like I believe it said about 40% more young adults between like ages 18 to 40 are have some type of like mental health situation going on, which is just insane for me to think about, considering this is like the population going forward. But no, yeah, thank you for your
Right.
take on that.
Well, it's tough to take a stance on that, but if I'm just being transparent and just being kind of candid and honest, which I would probably get lit up with, but you know, as a Christian, and the Christian perspective is that we live in a world of sin. We live in a fallen world. So our idea of perfection would have been, let's say the Christian idea of perfection would have been Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, eternal life, no sin at all, perfect. The idea in the secular world of perfection might be a you know 2 parent household, and financial stability, emotional stability. Emotional stability for a kid would come to from two emotionally stable parents. There's some things that need to be in place for that to happen. The problem is, I think that when that doesn't happen, on top of being in a fallen world and being around other kids who are in not always, listen, they're not always the worst homes, but they're not always the best homes either. And kids are kids, and kids compare with one another. And so you have one kid who may see, let's say, another kid or family that has it better, and they may not pay it no mind. Depends on the culture they're growing up in, or how they're taught to feel about that, whether or not they care or not. You may have another kid that sees the same family that becomes depressed out of comparison, like I mentioned myself, seeing other families that had more, or had 2 parents in the household, and I can become depressed and all these things. So when it comes to when the numbers when they say, well, 40% have mental health, some type of mental health issue, I would I would even, surprisingly, I think I would even up that number. I'd say that there are a lot. I mean, what's the
Oh
standard?
wow.
What's the standard? I would say 100% of people have some type of mental health. And I don't know how they're defining mental health as far as like the ability to think correctly, or if they're talking about literally like a something broken. But I get the impression that when it comes to, diagnosing ADD and bipolar, that if certain kids or young adults, or anyone for that matter, feel a certain way about life, that they can fall into this category of being depressed or having anxiety, or being ADD. When a lot of times I don't think that there's a lot of times I don't think there's necessarily like this um, this imbalance, even though they might have found a way to take you know emotional turmoil and recognize a chemical imbalance because of that. But I don't always take that as like they're struggling with mental health, like they're literally something is broken. I don't think that. I think that um, there are kids and young adults in situations that are not to the standard that they think it should be, or the
Hmm.
status quo, or the societal standard on what a job should look like, or what a home life should look like, or what fun should look like. And so when these young adults or kids are in these environments that doesn't look like the societal standard, so to speak, we if we're not careful, we can label that as like depression, ADD. When what I think we should be pushing more is how to cope with life.
Hmm.
How to cope with life, and bringing in, yes, biblical principles and just the wisdom of the Bible, and um, the wisdom of how to live with purpose and identity that is not contingent on our neighbor, and looking at them and looking at what they have and what we think we should have, and looking at you know some pop culture idea of what skinny is and what skinny is not, what attractive is and what attractive is not. I mean, we've got so many different standards, and it seems like anybody can pick any standard that they're not necessarily living up to, and all of a sudden we call it depressed or ADD. And I'm not saying that's always the case, but when I see a particular young man, and one is more, let's say, hyper than the other, and I see another one who's a little more laid back, I don't look at the other and say that he's ADD. I just look at the other and says he needs more to do within what he wants to do. I don't mean forcing him to do more, or working him until he's tired. I don't mean that, but I just see a young man who's energetic. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to. Bring that down. I'd want to find. I'd want to find a somewhat of a system around him that fits to him. Not medicate him to fit to a system. You know.
Hmm.
So there's some young men that I see that are very energetic and just full of life and energy, and I don't automatically say, well, man, they must have ADD, because I decided to say, well, you you have to do the same thing. I'm thinking of school. I can see where school can become like that measuring stick, where we decide whether or not young men have ADD, or young women too. But I mean, young men, whether they have ADD, but we expect every single kid, say 3,000 kids in a school, they're all going by the same schedule of 8 a.m. Class changes at the same time, lunch at the same time, PE, recess, whatever at the same time, same teachers every day, and we expect them all to fall into that same category of falling in line and doing what is expected by, like, the school, for example. And when
Hmm.
they don't, we're like, oh well, these 300 over here have ADD. I don't
Yeah,
necessarily agree with that.
I tend to lean and something that supports like the idea that it's so much environmentally affected is there's a report that came out of Norway recently, and they had instituted like a widespread cell phone ban in schools. And here in the States, we have somewhere around 10 states that are either they have cell phone bans or they have legislation on the books to look at doing away with it. And they're kind of riding off the fact that in Norway, where there's like these widespread bans, they've also seen a increase in student happiness, student socialization, and a reduction in negative mental health. So they've seen mental health, the average state of the student's mental health increase, and they've also seen a decrease in bullying by what was that, somewhere between 35 to 40ish% as well. So
Yeah,
just a huge effect in that way. So between the Norway study and now, the US is looking at it and they're like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to be banning these cell phones. It's either going to be banning them or mandating that they're like powered off in the backpack. So I definitely kind of tend to look at a lot of these mental health effects going on as environmental. Although I definitely do give credence to the cases where it's actually a chemical thing going on. Sometimes those cases do go on
Sure.
as well. I want to ask you, my man, what are three things that have either happened recently or coming up in your near future that you are just absolutely excited about that lights you up in life right now?
Well, I I'd say simple things. My our anniversary, mine and Jackie's anniversary, is on June 20th.
Oh, wow, that's
Um,
soon.
yep, yep. So we'll be celebrating 5 years, and she has a habit of sending me. Oh, I got to be careful because if she watches, I'll end up. So I don't want to spoil anything.
True.
But I'm excited. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for our anniversary. It just marks really what has been the greatest blessing in my life, and I've grown through our time together. I mean, we've walked through some fire, and it seems like the more time that we've spent together, um, is just we've just grown in appreciation for one another and just the life we've created for ourselves. Like I'm so thankful for what I have, and she's a big part of that. She's the biggest part of that, and so I really look forward to that. But really, just what it represents. Outside of that, I've just started. So I'm in school right now. I've been in school for like 2 years. That's an
Okay.
interesting story. I won't tell the whole thing, but just in terms of like recovery and the blessings of recovery, um, I started school a while back. I don't
Nice.
necessarily care anything about a degree,
Hmm.
but I want to reach the lost. But I also want to reach the people that don't think they're lost, or maybe they won't listen to anybody unless they have a degree. I'm just being honest.
Hmm.
And so God kind of put it on my heart. It's like, look, if you need a degree for me to be somewhat validated in your eyes, then I'll get a degree. If that's what you want me to do, I'll get a degree. I don't really care about a degree. But it is fun and it is enjoyable going through school and learning things. And um, I recently started. So I did a year. I did spring, summer, fall at Baptist University of Florida, and I
Hmm.
did three courses. And they had based it on the previous year of income, which I was at the Haven House then working. So I wasn't making a whole lot, and it was free. So the year ran out. I did great. They said you're gonna have to pay for college because now your income went up and you're gonna have to pay for college.
Mm.
And I said, well, I applied, made sure to do my due diligence. I applied for some scholarships that were really not even a drop in the bucket to what I had to pay. I got a couple. And I said, well, I prayed, I said, God, this this really ain't my problem. Like this really ain't my problem. So if you want me to go to school, I'll go to school. I just, you know, what do you want me to do here? And
Hmm.
a good friend of mine, his grandfather is, I think he's always been thankful for our relationship that I have with his grandson. And his
Hmm.
grandson's been just a huge blessing in my life. But he called me up one day and he's like, do you want to go to school? I was like, yeah. I said, but so he already knew my situation, and he literally went up to the school and put about 45 grand in my
Oh
account and
my
said,
goodness.
called me up. And he said, finish school. He's about 80 something years old. You know,
Wow.
very very kind man, just a great example. And that's it. So I'm doing school, but I'm looking forward to graduating. I've just recently started taking two courses a semester because we're getting into, I'm doing courses now that are like exegeticals, and it can be a lot when I'm focused in on the pine straw as well also. Um, So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a big, just a monumental, a milestone is what it'll be, because it'll be the end of kind of a burdensome season, but also just that sense of accomplishment, and not really so much accomplishment in terms of my own, whatever. I mean,
Hmm.
more in terms of like, I think everyone, we should do hard things. You know,
Hmm.
it's hard. I didn't graduate high school. I stayed in school 12 years, turned right back around, got my GED, passed the test, moved on. But um, it's almost an amends to that way of living. That
Hmm.
way of thinking, that way of like nothing matters. It don't really matter. I can quit. I don't want to do that. And so it's hard. It's difficult.
That's an
And
interesting way to put it right there. I've never heard someone say, like, yeah, in my old life, I didn't care about my education. And so my repentance for that portion of my old life is now I'm going to go back and get a degree. I kind of love that because that is a continuation in totally walking the opposite direction of that old self. That's really good, man.
yeah, and in two ways. Um, the Bible says, do we build the house without really considering the cost?
Hmm.
So I want to grow in two ways. One, my decision making, and two, finishing. And they each kind of hold each other accountable. So when I decided to go to school, I really had to ask myself, am I going to finish this? Because if I'm not going to finish this,
Mm,
I don't need to make the decision to start it. Because
man.
that's going to look, if I start it and I don't finish it, I'm going to have to deal with my own way of thinking and understanding that I made a decision that I didn't finish, I didn't follow through. Man, that sure looks a lot like your old way of living. So my
Wow.
decision maker had to be intact there, but it also keeps me accountable because I have to finish.
Sorry, I
You
had to
know,
play that right there because holy smokes. That is such a good point.
yeah,
That ability, like you said, one, the respect for education, even though that was like the what the old self was saying, and then two, that ability to follow through. Holy smokes, man.
yeah. So that's uh that's something I look forward to. I probably procrastinate with it far more than I should. Uh, I'll wait till last minute. I'm pressing out on a Sunday evening to get it knocked out. But I look forward to that. Really, anything else is very important, but in the grand scheme would seem small. We've got the kids, and so we've had little opportunities where they started coming over to the house more, because there's a dynamic there. With Jackie and the kids. She was in recovery also. So her life of addiction has a story of its own with with losing the kids. You
Mm.
know, And so now with her being sober 8 years, the kids are they're able to come over to the house, and we're able to go see them. So it's opened up a lot of doors. So just having the opportunity like that, and to kind of see, to get a little tighter as a family. I mean, that's a tough dynamic. It's almost even hard for me to say, because Peyton and Brady and Ava, they have, a family. They have a granddad. They have a dad that, and I say with some reverence, but their dad passed away in, I believe, 2021.
Mm.
So it's a tough dynamic. So I feel this, and I'm obligated to say that that's my family, and that's my kids. But I don't say that without understanding the fact that they have a dad. They have a dad, and they have a family that I know nothing about. They have a part of their family that I'm not really a part of. My connections through Jackie. And so to see them, to see that start to get a little closer and a little tighter with them coming to visit and us being able to do things, I really look forward to, having the opportunity to just play a bigger role, in their life. And I continue to look forward to God, opening up those doors. But just that and the friends and the family, um, very much so our friends in this area here have really become a tight knit community. I love it. I
Mm,
absolutely love the community we have here and how close we all are. There's probably, 15, 20 of us that we all treat as brothers and sisters that we could call up anytime. And that's a God thing,
that's
definitely, man.
fantastic.
And so that, outside of that, right now it's just I think God's put some purpose in front of my life in terms of pine straw. I know that's debatable because in the Christian life, we can always say, well, as a Christian, you should be a monk, pastor, or whatever. But I think God has a very empathetic and compassionate way of valuing what we enjoy. Now, if our heart's in the right place, and it's
Mm,
not our idol, he's our God. But I have this weird thing about pine straw. I love it, and mainly because it's nostalgic. It reminds me, there's a aspect of pine straw that kind of reminds me of a time past that, an old school way or generation that is not as prominent anymore.
mm,
There's a little more bureaucratic red tape involved with some of the deals and stuff that go on in the industry. But I still love Pine Straw for what it was and what it is. And I feel like God's given me the opportunity to take that on, to take on that sense of purpose. So we've got, plenty in front of me in terms of Pine Straw.
mm.
But that's an area that I really want to see come into more fruition, just occupationally. We have a big vision for what we want to do, and I have a vision personally for what I want to achieve within that line there of my job. But anyway, but that's really about it. Those are some of the stuff that's coming up. I don't plan too far ahead. I just know I've got school in front of me. I've got my marriage, got some beautiful relationships. I've got my career that I'm definitely focused on as well. And then I've got the ministry um, with the Haven House, and just recovery. And God continues to open up little doors, and I just try to walk through them like something like this. And so that's really it in terms of what the future seemingly looks like.
Man, that's a great list right there, my man. That it truly is here. Um, Glad for you that in those dimensions. And to be honest, I think your explanation through the school thing really unlocked something for me. Um, that I think was a word from God that I needed to hear myself, man. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
I definitely do. There's been a decision I've been making about a certain amount of schooling and if I want to step back into that. And I've been talking it over with my wife. And just to hear how you've navigated it, navigated through it, like it was not even something I considered. It wasn't even on the radar. Um, but I think you're right in that respect. So thank you for that, brother.
Nice, man.
So I guess we're coming up to the portion here now where my man, I guess we come to some of the closing pieces here. So next up is what are any three questions that you might have for me? You may ask it and I will answer it completely honestly.
Okay. Um. hmm. Well, I mean, we've talked a little bit about recovery. We've talked a little bit about God, and my area that I love talking about and I find to be the most challenging. Not that I would challenge anyone's view.
Hmm.
Um, but what is your worldview? As far as God, what's your idea of God, and not only God as in like um, you know deist, but the model of living that you go by. What have you found to be the best for you? And I respect any answer, obviously, and will not challenge you in any way. I just like to hear people's story. What lens do you view life through, and what model of living um, have you adopted?
Man, I love the boldness of this question, and I'm glad you asked it. So I'm a Christian through and through, um, like very deeply involved with my church. Um, been serving hardcore. I got baptized after a sort of introductory course that we did to kind of give people like a rooted source in there. And actually, I didn't even complete it at the time. It was like we were like halfway through, and I made the decision that okay, it's time to either really make a decision to be serious about this thing. What I tell people is at a certain point, I made a choice that I had done the whole 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing with God all my life, where it was the, oh, I've got my personal relationship. Oh, it's between me and him kind of deal. And I said, you know what? I hate the results of what that got me. So I'm going to do something I've never done before. I'm going to take a 6 month contract out with God where I am a full service agent to him, and I'm going to see what the heck that looks like. So I did that. And through that 6 months, there were a lot of trials, a lot of tribulations. But what I found was that my faith was doubled every time that there was a trial that I came out the other side of. And I ended up at the end of the 6 month trial, I ended up meeting my wife. So there was, that's not to say that for every person, hey, take a contract out with God and you're going to get your spouse out of it, but it is to say that, if you're willing to dedicate time to God, and in the book of Kings, Gideon, he's uncertain about a war that if he should take on that war, and he tells God, God, if you really want me to do this, then make the doorpost, make like the signpost wet, but make the ground underneath it dry. And he wakes up the next day and it is so. However, Gideon is still uncertain by that. He's like, oh, okay, God, I know that you are true and honest, but I need a double confirmation. So if you could make the ground be wet and the signpost be dry. And he wakes up the next day and it is so. And so, I say that to say that I don't think God, a lot of people have like this idea of like, oh, don't put a time frame on God kind of a deal. But I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, God, I want to see what you do over this course of time. I don't know what the heck it is, but I'm going to give you 6 months or I'm going to give you a year of my life, God. And I want to see what you're about. I think that's totally within bounds. And I think God, for a person that says that, I think he'll honor that, and he'll show out in ways that people don't expect. Since then, I have just been more and more enthralled. I used to serve with the kids ministry, student ministry, young adult ministry, and adult ministry, ages like 29 to 40 ish. Right now, my wife and I are transitioning to a new church that's closer. And we're going to be taking 1 year away from all ministry because we actually found a verse in Deuteronomy. It's Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 5. It talks about how a newly married man should step away from all public service duties for 1 year to be happy with his wife. So that's the season of life that I'm stepping into, between the new job I got recently, looking at that verse, honoring that, changing churches, stepping away from ministry. I'm in a very big season of change right now. But certainly, Christ has been my guiding post strongly for about the past 3.5, almost 4 years now.
Nice. When when did you get saved, or when do you feel you got saved? When was that moment for you?
For me, that moment was when I was in a bedroom of my mother's house. And it was a time where my mental health was at its absolute ends. Um, the I never knew what it was before then, but I truly experienced the full extent of intrusive thoughts where a negative scenario just replayed itself over and over again. And the storyline of how this thing came to pass played over and over again. And I could feel emotionally as these thoughts would come, the states of this was going, and then feel it declining and gaining in that stupor, and then feeling myself trying to get hopeful about it and increasing. And then the cycle would start all over again. Um, and at a certain point, I said, you know what? I I'm tired of it. And I said, I'm gonna make these three things my pillar. And this was before I started going to church. This was before my contract with God. I said, I'm gonna make these three things the pillars of my new life after this experience. It's gonna be God, health, and education. And I was I was already doing the health part. The education part, I had purchased books and I was ready to start on that. At this point though, I had no sense of a church that I was going to go to. I had no type of community around me. I didn't even know how to get into that world. But as God would have it, in from that moment of being saved in that room, I believe, one thing that I decided to do was to start going to a dance class. And at that dance class,
Nice.
the teacher was a very outspoken Christian, and one of the people that came in was a girl who worked for a church. And I started going to the church because of the girl. But then that's where, as I mentioned later, I ended up deciding, you know what? No, this was part of those three pillars that I was gonna set. So now it's time to either put up or shut up. Either this is about the girl or it's about God. And yeah.
Right. Yeah. There's one thing I always. Uh, there's a lot of people that when they start to get involved in it, seeds start to be planted in their life from like the recovery community, the church community, about like showing up and getting involved and serving. And there's a lot of people that it makes them nervous.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't like the idea of literally showing up to a church that maybe one they've never been, or two they're trying to go even further to say I want to serve. But you know, I've talked to some individuals who they felt by their own admission um, that their life was in a spot where they wanted to change. They didn't quite know what to do, but I know that if nothing changes, nothing changes.
Yep.
Uh, as simple as that sounds, you've got to put some action in there. And I know this seems so simple, but find a church. And I've told, especially my some of the younger men who have went through recovery and gotten out and relapsed, and now they live 50 miles away, and they're like, I don't really know what to do over here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, brother, go to church and walk right up to the pastor and tell him you want to serve. Like, you've got you've got to very, even though there's a lot of emotional, there's a lot of, mentalities that have to change. You, you might have to like physically, tangibly change something in your life,
Hmm.
you know, routine, schedules, people, places, things, whatever. So walk straight up to the pastor, regardless of how awkward it is. Say, hey, where can I get involved?
Yep.
And man, that is awkward. That's awkward. And then you have to deal with them maybe saying, well, we'll try out. We'll try out here. Come for a few Sundays, and it can seem a little humbling. You want me to come for a few Sundays? Like I just said, I would help. I'm a pro. I'm a pro at the soundboard. Put me on there. But it's a good thing. It's going through that type of humility and willingness that can really make a big difference. But you never know until you actually do it.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
because to hear it,
and that was my experience. My whole life had been like, show up to church, get the free donuts, and then leave after the sermon. When
right,
I made that choice to be serious about God, I said I cannot be another person that just shows up for the Sunday and then that's it. Like this needs to be like the main thing of my life. And like very like I used to it was pretty cringe in the moment, but I can laugh about it now. But I can remember messaging on Facebook and Instagram and texting the people that my church has these things called residents, which is like college students that they bring in for 2 year basically jobs that they do to develop them and prepare them for ministry. That's what the girl was.
right,
She was a resident at the time. Um, so I can remember texting, calling, Facebook messaging, and Instagram messaging all kinds of different levels of people because I knew I wanted to work with technology and I wanted to work with the kids because I just wanted to be around
right,
like happy people. And man, it was like very quickly I got involved with the kids ministry and then shortly thereafter got involved with the student ministry. And that's the number one thing that I tell guys as well. I say, dude, if you feel insecure, if you feel like you don't know if you're ready for a relationship, the first place to start is to develop your patience by working with kids. Develop that side of you that needs to be able to understand someone that has a smaller frame than you by working with the kids. That right there is going to force you to stop, take a breath, not get upset. This is an important skill to have when you're in a relationship. Um,
that's interesting. Yeah, yeah. No, that's a good thought.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's definitely a go-to for me. And like, I talk to some young men, they're like, "Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm bored." I'm like, "Dude, there are men that I know that go to this church that once a week their whole thing is they go to like a single mom's place or a widow's place and they literally like either put up their ceiling fans or they're working on the fence in the backyard. Dude, this is an opportunity for brotherhood. This is an opportunity to help out like somebody to serve and fellowship all at the same time. Like get into that. And then I'll see him the
yeah,
next week and I'll be like, hey, did you do the thing? Like, no, I'm not sure. I'm still nervous and scared. I'm like, dude, shut up. Get on it. I don't even want to hear it. Get to it, man.
yeah. That's the hurdle. You got to get over the hurdle of the
Got to.
nervousness and that first interaction, man. I can remember times in the Haven House, and they still preach this to this day. We talked about freedom and servitude, but um, anytime I got in my head, because you have this enormous restriction on your life, and not able to step foot off the property, and you only have so much freedom, and so that could be, I mean, too much anxiety. But anytime I'd feel a certain way, I'd go and grab someone. When I was in the kitchen, I'd go grab a couple guys and say, "Hey, y'all help me cook, and we're gonna do up some bad to the bone shrimp and sausage jambalaya, and we'll all sit down and eat.
That
Like, come
sounds
help me cook. Let's cook.
amazing.
Go fold somebody's laundry.
Yep.
Let's go just play ping pong. Even when I didn't feel like playing ping pong, it's just a matter of like sometimes I just had to get out of my head,
Mm-hmm.
um, and get involved in something and be around something. Um, and it's different than staying busy. It's staying busy, but it's also interacting
Yeah.
and adding benefit to someone else's life.
The the mind does not know that difference between you actually doing or being in a state of joy and happiness. It totally follows the model that your body sets. Like if you're exercising, you're doing those things, if you don't want to exercise for the first like 10 minutes, after that first 10 minutes, like
Right, right,
what I always find myself doing, I'll start off being like, I'm just gonna lift a little weight. And then after the first like set, maybe set and a half of like just doing something just to do something, I'm like, all right, I can put the weights up a little bit. This is boring now. If I'm gonna waste my time, let me at least get some type of challenge. Next thing you know, you're
yeah,
doing like, at your typical challenge set. Now you're going for the full workout deal in there, But it's just showing up and being there and going through the motions. And you can trick your mind by leading with your body. This is why, like, when we talk about when Jesus says, follow me, I think that's a very specific phrase because follow him is not just like think about him and have your mind set towards him, but it's literally get your feet up and walk in the directions, go do the things he has set for you. And that process of sanctification will happen along the way as well. I think about my wife, she brought me a word. She said, the word for hear, when it was like, hear, O Israel, it's that word is, I think it's shaman or shamin, but it means hear. And at the exact same time, it means obey. So it's saying, hear and obey, O people of Israel. So not only understand, we also know that scripture says, faith come by hearing of the word. Well, that word used there is shaman as well. So really and truly, what it means is faith comes by hearing and obeying the word. So,
right.
so we get up and we hear the words of Christ and we do the words of Christ. And inevitably, this is what I didn't realize I was doing at that time. I was hearing about the word of God and then I was finding a way. Because another point that I made at a point at that time was every sermon I hear, I need to put into action at least one major element from it. That was my absolute determination. And like I said, it really contributed to my faith growing in that time.
Yeah. No, that's good. Action's always going to solidify anything that. I mean, I agree with you 100%. Um, faith without action.
Mm-hmm. Which then makes the book of James make all the more sense, right?
Yeah,
Faith without deeds is
works.
dead.
Yeah, faith without works is dead. But it's
Mm-hmm.
true. I mean, that's going to be where our evidence is at. Belief, anything verbally. I mean, at the end of the day, it's what do our actions back up? So I,
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned that with salvation earlier. If we've truly had a spiritual experience and we've believed and placed our faith in Christ, then it should produce works. It's not that we work to try to convince ourselves that we're saved. Like I got to work real hard because if I don't, then maybe I'm not saved and all this stuff. It's like no, but um, if you are saved, if you place your faith in Jesus, it'll produce works. If not, then we might have just fell under some type of self delusion. We might have just raised our hand and I didn't really take on the true meaning of what salvation is. But if we
Mm-hmm.
understand it fairly well, I don't think we have to be scholars. Pretty
Mm-hmm.
simple, but it should produce works. So
Yeah.
works is evidence of a changed life.
Absolutely. There was yet last night there was a networking event. And the president for are you familiar with job placers or job partners?
I don't think so. No.
No, they're pretty well sized here in like the Central Florida, Orlando area, but they were the sponsor of this event. And in my mind, before I went, I was thinking, I really don't want to go to this thing. I'm tired. It's probably going to be a waste of time. My company isn't going to reimburse me. So I'm going to have to pay out of my own pocket to go to it. Like, I'm probably not even going to get a lead. And then I learned that, oh, snap, the CEO for Job Placers is there. Turns out this gentleman is also a Christian as well. And so I'm like,
Right.
oh, okay, that's really cool there. And then there was the most audacious side of me that said, Devontae, when you came here, you decided to come here just out of faith of what God would do. So I made it a point that when I found out who he was, I was going to look for an opportunity to talk to him, and I was going to approach him to ask him about collaborating with me for this podcast and the sake of this podcast in some capacity. And so, mind you, after he finished, he got pulled over to this person, and that was a conversation that I had to wait for. And then another person was like, oh, hey. And then he ran over there, and then I tried to call out to him. He didn't hear me, and then he did hear me. Then he did that thing, and then he came over to talk, and then another group of people pulled him over. So this whole time, I'm like, Devontae, just give it up, man. This guy's too busy. He's not going to have time for you. And then that other part of me was like, Devontae, this is where you just, if you're humble right now, and this is something from God, just sit here, be patient, and wait.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, we did have a time where not only was he able to meet me, but we sat at a table across from each other, looking each other eye to eye. And I was able to ask him the questions I wanted to, which were, one, me possibly getting enrolled with the Job Placers, but two also was, hey, I understand what you guys are about. I support it. And this is what my podcast is about. And I want to find out, how can y'all become sponsors for this podcast? What can I do so that you guys will sponsor this and we can be in that working relationship? And I was like, all right, I did the thing. And so after that, I have no expectations. You know, it might fall to the ground, whatever. But to be able to ask that question to the CEO of a faith-based organization, for me, that was the major win. You know, I'll pull the levers. I'll send out the emails in faith. And he said, send him a proposal and, you know, we'll see what happens with it and whatnot. But if nothing else happens, I just feel glad that I showed up, I trusted in God, and then I pulled the levers that needed to be pulled. And as my wife encouraged me, she said, hey, you did your job. Now just trust God. Like, all right, honey, you got it. When you're right, baby.
All right. Well, I don't know how you want to end it. I will have to jump off here. I know I'm about to get a call here in a little bit on some
Absolutely.
Women Day stuff.
My way that I love to end it is with prayer for the guests. So whatever items that you would like to lift up, especially in prayer. I know you mentioned things with school, the birthday, all that. If you have something else you want to pray for, feel free to mention it, or I can just pray for everything you've listed already.
Yeah. Anything. I think main thing what I'd want to look at is really just continued just wisdom. Navigating work and school, ministry, and just having clarity as far as what is the priority. And Jackie and the kids, that's
Gotcha.
number one for me right now. And the Haven House, we'll pray for them too. I was glad to see this take on a really big like recovery platform, or what I'm saying, just this recovery talk. So yeah, I think the Haven House too. We pray for them and what they're doing in Santa Rosa Beach, and they got a campus in Hartsville, Lebanon area,
Mm.
Tennessee. So really just praying for them and what they've got going on. And yeah, that would be definitely what was put on my heart today. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So at this time, audience, please join me in prayer for Anthony as we get ready to close up this show. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we thank you, God, for this time where we were able to come together and to engage in this 4 hour, 4.5 hour discussion, God, where we were able to hear about Anthony's testimony in just the most honest terms that he could give us. And Lord, we know that there is so much to that wasn't covered, but for what was covered, God, we thank you for the picture that was able to be painted for the audience, the viewers, myself. And God, I pray that this testimony would reach whoever it needs to reach, and that this would serve as an encouragement to them. This would be a, a an encouragement that you might fall off several times. You might even get involved with recovery ministry several times, fall off, but it is not your time to give up. It is your time to really come to know the character of Christ. That is what's going to make the difference. Not his teachings, not what he can do for your life, but knowing the true character of him, as Anthony has sought for and is learning about right now. And so, God, at this time, I want to lift up his prayers to you. First up, God, we want to pray for wisdom in all that he's doing, whether it's work related, school, or in the ministry that he's doing, God. We pray for discernment in how his time is used. We pray for discernment in what things will get priority for him right now. And we pray that you will give him a heart of perseverance so that if any challenge arises, he's able to press on in love, faithfulness, and gentleness, God. We know that gentleness can be the part that men can struggle with the most. And so, Lord, may you just make that fruit of the Spirit truly abundant in him, God. And may gentleness be the place that his heart lands on when he finds himself running into a situation that is highly challenging for him, God. We pray, Lord, that he will be able to be a blessing onto all those that he works with, all those that he is ministering to, and for all the family that he's interacting with. And dear God, we want to pray for the Haven House and all of the work that they're doing right now, Lord. We know that they've played such a major role in Anthony's journey, and he has a heart to give back to them, to bless them. And so, Lord, may these prayers reach you, and may they stir in the spirits of all those working the Haven House. And may the season coming up for them be a season where they are seeing a change or shift that is an upward trajectory, God. And Lord, we lay all of it at your feet. We trust you with it. We know that things work in your time, God. We just pray for the hearts to be perseverant and to be steadfast in it. Even if things seem to be on a decline for a moment, we know that you bring us into the valleys so that we can appreciate the mountaintops. So God, we lay it at your feet and we wait, not even just hopefully, but expectantly on that time where you take us to the mountaintops. We thank you, Lord, and it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, Devontae. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you as well. It has been a phenomenal episode, Anthony. We certainly made up for any possible misses, my man. I think we're about 5 hours in, so whoo. I took up all your free time today.
Oh no, you're good. Well worth it. Well worth it.
Awesome. All right, brother. You have a great rest of the day and a good weekend coming up here.
All right, man. See you.
See ya. Take care. All right, everyone. That has been our show for this episode. I have been your host, Devontae Colonel. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you guys on the next episode of the Inspired Challenge podcast. Take care. and we are out.